Yo, yo. Sorry, I took a little long. Nina and I was at the gym, and then, well, we usually shower together after the gym, so that took a little longer than usual. My bad. Not really sorry though, because, well, I got to shower with my girlfriend, so, I mean, priorities, right? Right. Hello. Is it one of these sneaky streams? I don't know if it's sneaky. Again, it wasn't you sending the bots? Wait. Did the... Oh, okay. There we go. I don't know if it's sneaky, right? I kind of announced it Thursday. And then obviously you rage quit yesterday, Concho. I said it at the end of the stream. And I also announced it on Twitter. And it's also in the schedule on Twitch. So a little bit sneaky, I guess. But I don't think entirely so. Okay, so what I want to do is... I want to find a place where all of the ascendancies for the Dawn of the Hunt is listed. I've been on Twitter for a while. You can't stand the crowd. That makes sense. What I do is on Twitter, there is the... You can have either for you or you can have following. If you just tick on following, then it'll only show you shit from people you follow, right? So there'll be none of the bullshit. Sure, there'll be reposts from what they've made, right? But it's only people that you have decided... what's it called? It's only people that you have decided that you want to watch or see things from that it actually is there. Right. Okay, so I wonder if Path of Exile 2 website has the same as Path of Exile 1 about ladder community. I would like to see the ascendancy classes so that we can pick what we're playing. Already unfollowed 75% of the people. Yeah, so I mean, if you pick the following thing, right, then you should be all good. Oh, here we are. Okay, so okay, here we are. I found one. PoE Vault. Right. Let me just set it up. Sorry. Oh, I didn't get to pee before we started. Oh, that's not good. Here we are. Okay. So, I guess I'll move over here. Let's take a look. So this is the... What is it? What's she called? Amazon. Okay, so where do we start? What's the starting? Start is here. Okay. Oh, it's way better when PoE actually does these. So we start here. We can go up into... So this is increased evasion. What is this one? That one is down here. Stalking Panther. Evasion rating from equipped helmet, gloves, and boots is doubled. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved. Okay. So I guess this is a way to get, say, an energy shield chest, or maybe a like a unique chest of some sort that doesn't necessarily have evasion rating on it. If you then just go hard on helmet, gloves, and boots. It seems like a weird point to take. But I guess if you want to use something like Cloak of Flame or something, right? Could make sense. You want to use like an armor-based unique. Okay. And then we can go up here, and this is Asmeri Brew. Life Flask, also recover mana. Oh, this is the one where you can get both. And what is this small point? More increase. Okay, what is this top one here? Mystic Harvest. Life Leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical. Now, that could be a really good one. That would solve a lot of recovery. Now, what do you get on the way? More Life Leech. That's not bad, I think. I think that's not bad. That is definitely plus 1.5. Stalking Panther could be something. Mystic Harvest is interesting. Alright, so we can go here to Infused Weapon and Infused Avatar. So you get skill, Infused Weapon. When you consume a power charge, trigger Infused Weapon to gain 2 cold infusion. Okay. And then Endurance for fire infusion and Frenzy for lightning infusion. 50% chance for infusion to not be consumed when infusing a projectile. Okay. PoE 2 cold infusion. It's a gem. Okay, so it gives you the gem effect, I guess, on your next... Oh, the fucking... I don't want to just look at that wiki. So yeah, I know this is a gem. So you get 25%. I'm assuming it just does the same, maybe? So you get 2 shots of this. So if it's essentially you get 2 projectiles of a free extra... What's it called? A free extra... support gem. And there's 50% chance to know. Okay. Right, okay. Gotcha. And then we can go here to here. So for predatory instincts in for the kill. Oh, what are we getting on the way, by the way? What are these little nodes? Evasion rating. Okay, so I'm assuming all of these are evasion rating. And this is skill speed. So I'm assuming this is skill speed as well. Right, okay. Reveal weakness. Reveal weakness. Jesus. Against rare and unique enemies. 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness. Right, so that was the thing on the health bar, right? Where there were certain points of the health bar where you did more damage. Okay. And then 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. That's nice. 40% increased skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness. So it gives you like a burst window? So I wonder how it works, right? Because as far as I could see, it was little like red bars on their bar. So is it like you build up a combo, get ready, and then you do a massive hit in that weakness window? And then it does, even if you even if you hit past the window, I guess you still get the damage. So if it's just what you hit them with in there. That's how you unfollowed them all. You saw what they wrote. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? And also, obviously, if you don't follow a lot of people, then the Twitter For You feed is not great. There has to be... I follow mainly, like, game stuff. And a few streamers. I think I need to weed out in that. There's some of them that I haven't watched in, like, I don't know how long. So I don't think I'm very interested in what they have to say anymore. So I should probably unfollow those. Right, so this is interesting. What do we do right now? I'm not sure about the elemental infusion and infused avatar because the infusions come with a downside. This could be good. Right now, I'm definitely taking Mystic Harvest. So we have 3 left. Where do we go with this one? So we can go into Critical Strike. Nice. And then Penetrate. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attack. Gain additional critical... This was what they said should be based, right? So you... You stack too much accuracy and you actually get critical hit chance? This is a math is hard problem, right? Like... Is that worth it? Because... Accuracy gives you nothing other than this. And then I think they said there's DR on accuracy as you get higher up. which is why it's base, but base crit is super potent. Attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. Ooh. Okay. So... this could be cool. This could be really cool. So what would I do? So the Mystic Harvest, I'm assuming that a lot of their skills will still convert. So Mystic Harvest still, I think, is really good. But what's a good 2-pointer? I guess the Reveal Weakness could still be good. But then we have a full-on, like, 3-to-1 offensive ascendancy with zero DR on there. Which might be a problem. Question is if evasion rating alone is enough, or we have to figure out something else then. I think honestly Amazon's a good shout. I wasn't super, but these things I kind of like the accuracy thing. Maybe it opens up a little bit of dex stacking as well, because that gives accuracy, right? Dex stacking Amazon? They just nerfed it though, like the dex stacking stuff. But I mean, if we do go an attack build, we do go Mystic Harvest. If we do stack dex a bit, then there is still the attack speed for dex. There's still the gloves. The question is if it was just nerfed, so it's probably hammered to the ground. Amazon's a good shout. Right now I'm going Amazon. I was thinking about going Smith of Kitava, simply because it's cool. There was a little bit of... I want to see what the Lich does, but... yeah. Let's see this, the Ritualist. So we start here. It's a lot of... okay. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So this is the one with the +1 ring slot, right? Right. Okay, here we go. Okay, so... Grand Skill, Blood Boil. And you get physical damage. What does Blood Boil do? Enemies in your presence was nerfed. Accumulate Blood Boils periodically. When they die, the boils pop, applying corrupted blood to enemies near them. Yeah, I don't want to do that. And then we have As the Whispers Ask into As the Whispers Demand. You get movement speed. That's nice. Right, let's see here. Grants Ritual Sacrifice. That's the one where you sacrifice the corpse of a rare monster to grant you its modifiers for duration. See, that is really cool. And then Ritual Sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of maximum life to grant a random monster modifier. A maximum of 1 modifier can be granted this way. See, I don't think I'd go for the As the Whispers Demand, although that does mean that you have to start the map without anything until you find one. But a 20-second duration, and you can probably support it with increased duration. So you'll have probably pretty easily get to like 30. Ish. And you get movement speed. Okay, that's a good shout as well. Let's see. So Intricate Sigils into Mind Phylacteries. 1 charm slot. 20% more charms gained. Can instead consume 25% of maximum mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. I guess they did buff charms up, didn't they? Or at least they made them more because you are now actually going to get hit by these ailments. It's kind of a weird defensive though. Like, it doesn't really make you tankier, right? But it does kinda, yeah. Okay. Wildwood Persistence. 5% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing life. Okay. And then we can get these 3, which are different. So it is reduced resistances. Oh, there's a fucking reduced spirit or reduced max mana. Oh, so you have to pick a poison to get one more ring slot. And then you get 25% increased bonuses gained from equipped rings and amulets. And 3% increased attributes. Ooh. I mean, the elemental resistances seem like the easy choice, right? Minus 15 to all elemental resistance. That's super easy to just deal with. That's just a fucking rune of each. But reduced spirit? That's a yikers. Reduced maximum mana. I guess if you don't stack mana and you have enough, that's free, but 30%? This one's kind of weird. This one's really hard to kind of figure out, okay, how much of a benefit is this ring actually when you're not... I mean, I'm sure better players than me just know how big this is, but an extra ring to me sounds really big, but I can't really compare it to, say, life leech based on your elemental, right? Like I don't really have like how much power do you get from a ring. It obviously also depends on how good the ring is. There's 6 explicit modifiers, and you also get the 25% increased bonuses. So straight off the bat, your resistances are going to be super easy to solve even if you take this. What else are there on rings? You can get the flat stuff on there. There's rarity on rings. Can you get like attack speed and crit on rings? I don't know. I didn't fuck enough with it. This one's interesting, but I think I'm not really all that... I don't think I'm necessarily good enough at the game to use this one. It's also one of those where there isn't really a clear-cut 4th ascendancy to pick, right? Because yeah, obviously you pick Unfurled Finger, and you pick Mystic Attunement, and then I'd say you pick Ritual Sacrifice. Then what? What, Corrupted Life Force? I mean, that does some damage, but if you're not gonna do bleed, right? I mean, I guess it's just a bit of extra clear. But it doesn't work on bosses. It says non-unique enemies. So it doesn't work on bosses at all. And then what you have, you could get as the Whispers demand, right? Like, so you get it yourself, but ideally you don't want to do that, right? But that's the only way to get it to work on bosses, I guess. So I guess that's what you do as the Whispers demand. So it's just a dead one for mapping. Well, not dead. You get to start with it. And I guess you can re-roll. Like, you could just take intricate sigils, I guess. But it's one of those where it's like, yeah, there's 3 things I want, and then the last one's kind of meh. Alright, let's take a look at... Well, we'll look at this guy. I'm pretty sure I'm not picking him because he's like a party cock. Okay, you start here. Cannons ready. Totems have 30% more skill speeds. No, thank you. And then you go Unleash Hellgrant skill supporting fire. That's the archers that fire off from off screen, right? That was pretty cool, but it's just damage, right? Okay, so polish that gear into stay light, use cover. Gain 100% of armor as extra stun threshold. Gain 100% of evasion as extra ailment threshold. Oh shit, that's pretty good. So that's ailment and stun immunity essentially if you go armor and evasion rating combined. Defend with 200% armor. Enemies have accuracy penalty against you based on distance. Maximum evade chance is 50. Ow! Maximum physical damage reduction is 50. Ooh. Ooh. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, and then you go suppressing fire into right where we want them. Yeah, so that's the pin thing. So that's essentially just a physical freeze. So projectiles damage build pin, and pinned enemies cannot perform action. So that is just make pin a freeze and add pin. So I guess the defensive layer, I guess also a little bit offensive because you can get things that increases damage to pinned, I guess. And then we have a 2 choice. Solid plan into watch how I do it and whoever pays best. Persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. Nice. So you can have more auras. Allies in your presence gain added attack damage equal to 25% of your main hand weapon damage. Allies in your presence, useful or useless, can place multiple banners. Now, I don't really have any idea of how good banners are. What would I do here? I'd probably take supporting fire. What's the cooldown on it? It doesn't say. There must be a cooldown on it. Can you just make this your clear ability? It did look like it had pretty big AoE. So I'd take Unleash Hell into Polish that gear, I guess. No, I would definitely take right where we want them and a solid plan. No, sorry. Suppressing fire right where we want them. That's 2. And then it's a question of Unleash Hell with Polish that gear. Or if we go banner and persistent. I guess not Unleash Hell and then polish that gear with a solid plan, maybe? And then we forego the banners. But I don't know if that's actually... Alright, this one I'm interested in. This one... Yo, Cat, welcome. This one's interesting. So you can build your own body armor, but it costs a point per. This one's free, but each of these costs a point, right? Got some good cam quality. I'm pretty happy with it. It was a little bit expensive. But it's not even... I know a lot of them use like a... What's it called? Like a... One of those cameras, right? Like the actual lens cameras. This one is just like a beefed up webcam from Elgato. Right. Okay. So let's start from the top, I guess. Dedication to Kitawa. Grants armor. Wait. Body armor grants armor also applies... Body armor grants armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. That's pretty cool. Heavy bracing, stun threshold, and then you can get one of the resistances, I guess. There's a lightning resist as well, right? Where is it? There. Heat proofing. You cannot be ignited. Okay. 15% max life. Cool. 20% increased strength. I am about to start PoE 2. I'm just figuring out which ascendancy we're gonna play. Body armor grants 5% life per second. Body armor grants hits against you have 50% reduced critical damage bonus. 25% physical damage taken as fire damage. And 5 max resist. Bro. So I'm usually thinking that you have 4 points, right? But with this, every point, like, there's no travel nodes. So if you want to pick this, you actually have 8, kinda. So I have to rethink a little bit here. So let's see what we have otherwise here. So we're here. We can go into... This is a one-off. Okay. Where do we go to that? It's manifest weapon. That's the one where you get your weapon floating after you. And this is minion damage. So the weapon scales with minion damage. This is also a one-off. And it is temper weapon. Can we see what temper weapon does? No, we cannot. Okay. Temper weapon's the one where you get fire explosion, I guess. On... Wait, no. Is that Heat of the Forge? Fire spell on hit. Oh, I need to look into these. What's the difference? What the difference is? So temper weapon and fire on spell hit. Or fire spell on hit. You don't know much about this game? It's pretty good. If you played Path of Exile 1, I think you'll like it. Probably. There's a lot of people who don't, though. It's pretty good. I think it's going to be the best ARPG out there for a while. Or you can go up. Yeah, these are the ones that I heard that this is the chieftain, right? So modifies to maximum fire resistance, also grants maximum cold and lightning. That's really good. And fire resistance. Yeah, and then fire resistance also grants resistance. So you just get fire resistance and you're capping. Easy crap. You're a professional noob at gaming. That's pretty good. I appreciate the follow. Right. So if I do this, I'll have 4 points I could spend here. But I'd probably want to do one of these as well, if not both, depending on what they do. But if we assume we can have 4 points into our body armor, what will we get? We'd probably get this, but I don't think we need to, so maybe we'll get rid of that. We will definitely get Molten Symbol. Internal layer could be good, but I'm not sure. Leather bindings would be really good. I guess so we have 2 spent. 15% more maximum life, I guess. And then 20% increased strength, or... So we'd go Molten Symbol, Leather Bindings, and then... There is Flowing Metal, and there is... Ooh, Dedication to Kitava, probably, actually. Maybe. I don't know. It depends if we do armor, though. Also, can you really get enough armor without the body armor having armor on? Like, that's a lot of armor gone. You play other games? Yeah, I do. I just finished playing Valheim for a bit until Deep North comes out. If I accept offers from designers, I do not. I don't have any money to pay you. So until I do, I won't. I would take Molten Symbol for sure, 100%. Leather Bindings, probably. And then I guess these 2, and then we spent 4. If we then want to take 2 more points here, then it'll just be Molten Symbol and Leather Bindings. Couldn't you get better from just a rare armor than that? Don't you kind of have to spend 4 points into this for it to make it worth? I think I'm gonna play both. The thing about this is, if you play the Smith of Kitava, your defenses are super chilling. You are practically immune to all elemental damage, unless they have pen, but that is super chill. All you have to worry about is physical. And if you take Molten Symbol, then all of a sudden 25% of that physical, you don't have to worry about as much, right? Like, that is massive. So with just 3 ascendancy trials completed, you're chilling. And you have so easy ways to kind of help yourself. It's just you've picked no damage then. But the Smith of Kitava is so chill. I love playing the Chieftain Righteous Fire build. Righteous Fire is not in yet, but... I think I'll play... I definitely want to do spears. I'm thinking we start with the Amazon, and then I'll just play the Smith of Kitava as well. The question is, should we then play Trade? Or should we play SSF? Nah, we'll play SSF. SSF is cooler. Soviet isn't going to play anyways, so... Okay. So, the unique mechanic of the Lich. Let's see. This is a long shot. I don't think I'm going to play this, but we'll see. Crystalline Phylactery can socket 1 non-unique base... Oh, non-unique, so you can't do the bullshit I was talking about yesterday. Oh, I guess I saw that in the interview as well. So you get just double effect of the thing you put in here. So that requires you to get a good gem. Now, if I get a really good gem and I have an idea, we could go this, but... right, so... you start here, so you don't have to take this. Oh, interesting. I thought this was a core mechanic. Right. But why wouldn't you? Okay, so you can go... Let's go. You can go here. You can get Soulless Form into Eternal Life. Eternal Life. 10% of damage taken... 10% of damage taken bypasses Energy Shield. No inherent mana regeneration. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of life per second. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Your life cannot change while you have Energy Shield? Bro, that was the thing they were talking about that sounds fucking busted. Ooh, your life cannot change while you have energy shield. So how does that work? If you have like 5 energy shield and you get hit for 50, are you gonna take 45 damage or are you gonna not take 45 damage? It means you have perma 10% DR whenever you have energy shield, which is pretty good. There's the one where 50% of your damage taken bypasses. That's in PoE 1. Is that in PoE 2? Because then all of a sudden you have 60% DR when you have energy shield. And then you just stack. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of maximum life per second. So this is for you to not go CI, I guess. This is interesting. Okay. Wait. Chaos damage bypasses energy shield, doesn't it? So you are just... Well, there's no point to picking... There's no point to picking CI because you're just immune to chaos damage, aren't you? Does chaos damage still bypasses energy shield in PoE 2, right? Or? Ooh. Okay. All right. Lich. Maybe Lich. This seems broken. That's what they were talking about as well. You just need to get enough. But they did get rid of they did get rid of what's it called, Grim Feast. And I don't know if there's that many like energy shield leech things. Oh, this is fucking interesting. But again, 2 points and it's all defensive, so we need damn. And I guess there's this. Oh, I want to... Oh, shit. I didn't think I was super interested in these, but these are super cool. But then it does have to have... Now I've picked 3, right? We need to find the 4th one that's interesting then. What about Eldritch Empowerment? Non-channeling spells cost an additional 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling spells deal 30% more damage. Spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. That's kind of ballsy. Right. And then you can go from Rupture the Soul into Blackened Heart. Cursed enemies killed by ally. You or allies in your presence have 33% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of their life as spectators. And that's just a bit of clear. That's kind of cool, I guess. 4% increased magnitude of Unholy Might buffs you grant per 100 maximum mana. Okay. So there's some mana stacking here. Right. I guess this makes a lot of sense as to why they nerfed the shit out of Archmage. Because if you all of a sudden you get a build and you're stacking damage with Archmage, and then you just add 30% as chaos damage afterwards. That's a lot of damn. Necromantic Conduit into Dominion over Flesh. Where were we? You and allies have Unholy Might while you are not on low mana, and you lose 5% mana per second. So, I guess Soulless Form, Necromantic Conduit just battles, and then you don't get the Crystalline Phylactery. Okay. You can apply an additional curse. Your curse can affect hexproof enemies. Additional curse is super effective, but they just nerfed them. Or maybe it's not that good in PoE 2 because you can't go into negative resistances. So maybe you go Eternal Life, Phylactery, and Necromantic Conduit. Nah, but why would you go Necromantic Conduit if you're not going Blackened Heart? So is it one of those things where we either have to drop Crystalline Phylactery and get, say, Rupture into Blackened Heart and then find a way to get Unholy Might. Ooh. Oh, I did not think that these would be that interesting to me. I'm not really excited about this because they aren't really for me. So now there's 3 things I want to play. And that's maybe even 4. The ritual is kind of cool. Okay, so this Amazon would be... I think the interesting thing is accuracy. And then we'd probably go Mystic Harvest with Predatory Instincts. Full damage. And defense is basically just evasion, which is gonna annoy me. Because I'm just gonna randomly get clapped. I did this in PoE 1. Not sure I have a good idea as to how to avoid doing the same thing in PoE 2 now that they removed Grim Feast. Bum 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 bum. Smith of Kitava would be so chill. We haven't gone spells. I'm afraid that this Eternal Life stuff is just a little bit too hard for my stupid ass to figure out, though. But I mean, life stacking converted into energy shield. But do you want a lot of energy shield? I'm not even sure you want a lot of energy shield. You kind of could just have a little and then a lot of fucking like leech or whatever. Just permanently getting it back. Because you'd want to use your energy shield kind of like immunity-ish almost, right? Like... That's interesting. I would want to do spears, though. Should we go Smith of Kitava? It's so chill, and I'm kind of safe, and it'll get me started. And I won't run into too many issues. I can just kind of go. Like, this one is defensively so sound. It's just the question of, can I get the damage? That is the biggest problem. It's also, if I want to do the spear builds, if I want to do the spear skills, we're a little bit screwed on the monk. Oh, sorry, on the warrior. The warrior, I feel like the warrior is a little bit screwed because a lot of what have been released, like the witch and the sorcerer is up here. The warrior is he down? I think he's here or something, right? Like, but there's been nothing for here. There's been nothing for here. So he doesn't have any weapons other than the mace. So if he wants to use quarterstaffs, all the skills for quarterstaffs are over here, and he's starting this way. And then there's bows. There, he's here, that way. My face is the middle. He starts this way. Whatever. It's fucking... It's mirrored. I can't explain it. We have to pull it up. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like that you have to... And it might be a broken thing. I don't like that you have to actually pick the crystalline phylactery. I think that should be your starting point. I think you should get this for free. And if that means that these has to be a little bit weaker, I think that's okay. But I think you should have to have this crystalline phylactery. They've done it with other skills. I think this would be a cool thing to have. Like, it's just, you are a lich. You have to have a phylactery. It's not a choice. You have to have a phylactery. I think they should move that to there. This is the starting point. Smith of Kitava would be so fucking chill, though. But there's no damage here. How much damage did I get from the Invoker? Hello? I don't want to... I want to see the thing. Where's the fucking tree? There. So what did I get? I get I Am the Thunder. That's the damage I got. I guess I got... I got Spirit from here, but that, I guess that's kind of damage. Critical hits, ignore. That's big. That is big. I did get a lot of damage from that. Right, so... There is this, the Heat of the Forge, that could be cool. Or Temper Weapon. Should we go Smith of Kitava? It's just so chill, but it's also kind of... I feel like I'm gonna hit maps with Smith of Kitava, and I'll be fine. It's like, maybe I need to fix damage, but defensively, it will be super sound. I just need to sword regen, and everything else is chilling. But we're kind of locked into armor, and armor was supposedly shit. And I don't really like any of the mace skills, do I? They did fix rolling slam or whatever, rolling thunder, whatever it's called. The roly-poly attack. I think we start Amazon. We start Amazon. It was a lot of time to pick the obvious choice. The Lich is cool as fuck. Smith of Kitava is cool as fuck. We're gonna start Amazon. Amazon. And I am going to level either a Smith of Kitava or a Lich next to it. And we will just... If I get defensive problems on the Amazon, I'll just swap, because I can't be bothered. I don't know how it feels to just have evasion rating. It'll probably be ass, though. Oh. This takes a little bit. Oh no, I shouldn't minimize it, because then it crashes. It really doesn't like... Here we fucking go. Okay, I don't need any of these. Can I just... How do we delete? Delete. This also got nerfed. Delete. Delete. The only one we'll keep is the monk. Create. Dawn of the Hunt. Solo self found. Yes, please. Continue. So where did they add the new guy? Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's how they did it.
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain. You are wild at heart.
I thought the witch and the sorceress would be the same. They are, aren't they?
The
Oh, that's just a
glory of the
placeholder.
Asmiri has faded. I sentence you to death.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
Ranger,
Let's hear what he has to say about the Huntress.
lurking among the feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain. You are wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded. I sentence you to death. Say your piece.
There we go.
Don't let the Asmirian escape.
So she's the same model as the Ranger, huh? Interesting. I was wondering how they're gonna do with 12 classes being executed, but this is a pretty neat way to do it. West. Oh no.
That were a lucky break, so to speak.
Oh, we don't have I forgot to do the oh wait, we need to. It keeps fucking with this. This makes it a lot easier to be me. Okay, here we go. It's a little low. Hello, wounded man.
Glad to see another living soul. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him till that bloody thing got to me first. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Oh, I like that it's basically just a fucking pike. What do we get here? Oh, we can throw it already? Let's go.
Stay dead.
It takes a bit of time. Okay. I tried to sprint. I tried to sprint. That's not a thing in this game. We get a buckler. Oh no. This makes sense to have on parry. Oh, sorry, on the throw button. I need to find a better button for this. Okay, what now? I don't like this. Where do we parry? Do we do like R? No, it needs to be something where I can run around with it, right? And I can't do that. I guess. Yeah, I guess we click for it. And then I guess it makes sense that we go up here and spear them. Wait, no. Why don't I have my fucking bait? I don't have to... Yeah, this makes sense. Whirling slash. I swore I'd never wield one of these again. That's a bad thing to swear, I guess.
No going back
let's so if I then no, it's not right. Okay, see, I really don't like this ability.
Come on. The eye of the storm.
Seemingly it doesn't do fucking any damage either, and it doesn't do damage. It doesn't do persistent AoE. I'm not a fan. It is fiddly, as I said. Now, if attack speed alters how fast she throws the spear, it's gonna be a fine range class. If it doesn't, it's gonna be really slow and tedious. Wait, I cannot re-aim? So if I click here and I... Okay. So once you shoot... Wait, does the... So I click on the tree now and I've moved upwards? Oh shit, okay. That's awkward. So you can't adjust your aim after you've clicked other than by moving.
So this is the sickness I was warned about.
Dude, range is so chill. Every video game. Oops. I don't like that skill. It's the only AoE I have access to, though.
The wind howls.
It takes too long if I have to kill them all one by one. Nah. The fucking whirlwind thing is just too slow, man. Why would you do anything other than throw spears in this one? I don't know, man.
One step further from
Let's
home.
go. Can I turn off
At
these
least your friend
tutorials?
weren't here to see what you've been-
Evasion rating, increased attack damage. Okay, so attack speed, that seems good. We don't want that. Movement speed, that's really good. Increased parry. Wait, 30% increased parry damage? Parry does damage? Aimment threshold. I think we go through here. I would like the movement speed though, not gonna lie. But yeah, I think we go through here. And then through here, because that's what we're planning to do, right? What do we have here? Cannot be critical hit by parrying. Toxins? Fuck that. There's a crit here. Critical damage bonus. Okay. There's a lot of this melee to projectile stuff, so I guess we have to get comfy with that. Quiver stuff. Okay.
Come.
Oh, we got a little bit of a
Well done.
selection of weapons if you want to change something. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
What a sorry sight. Spirit watch over this lot.
That's kind of BM, bro.
Renly's the name. You're skilled with the violence, if what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it. But have no fear. This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills.
Which ones are the Asmiri again?
I'll smith for you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence toward our defense.
Sure.
There's a knife you could channel your violence against this devourer.
Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack. Disengage.
Okay.
Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects, or be used with elemental whirlwinds that have sucked up elements. Twister can...
Okay.
Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will empower it with fire.
Okay, we're taking Disengage. I guess we're gonna go for the... We're gonna go for that combo dog shit, I guess. It'll be fine to play with to begin with.
Oh, well.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
So
There's
parry.
a time and a place for violence.
Welcome to the camp of the lost, stranger. We survive, but we do not live. I am Una.
Okay.
All this began the night Count Gino took his most loyal men into the Grellwood. Something happened out. I fear this land's sickness. Goodbye.
Okay. I don't
A
wanna...
woman without a place to call home. We have that in common.
Okay, I don't want to do too much of the bullshit. Oh, neat. I wish you could still access it. You didn't have to go to the shop, but what I was gonna come for is I wanted this. Yeah, sure. Do we have? Okay, fuck that. What I was gonna come here for is the pet. Oh, can this... Oh my lord. Wait, what did I do? Bell, ring, amulet, helmet attachment. That's a lot of shit, huh? Oh, fuck. Okay. Are they here? Let's go. Yes. The duck. He's back, bro. Let's go. That was what I came for. To pick different portals. Ah, whatever. We have the duck. Look at him. The glorious duck has returned. All right. Wait. Clearfell is that way now? Was it always that? I don't think so. All right, let's go. Oh, wow. I've never seen that. Let's go. Okay, you move a lot slower when you have parry on. That's kind of annoying. Okay, let's try this. It does fuck all damage, doesn't... Oh, shit. Okay, I'm stupid. Ah! No! Away with you! Wait, what just happened? Oh, I had a frenzy charge? Does that just empower this? Oh, shit. Why did that not work in the first ones? Yeah, the whole like parry stuff is eh. But I think I'm about to take this explosive spear bullshit. And I think that's going to be really dodgy to use without the parry. Because like... Wait, I can't hit them? No, it hits the ground. Don't like that. So it has to be like... But this one's not really parryable, I guess. Which makes issues. Why did they not get parried? It's because they're too low or whatever? Like, what the hell? Oh, I'm not facing them correctly? Now that worked.
Sleep, my pretties, as you invader. Be still.
Oh, she can be parried. Okay, this doesn't work.
The eye of the storm.
Be still.
Okay.
Be still.
Need more time.
Okay, that has a cooldown. Okay. Yeah, this whole... I was right about how this feels. It feels fucking fiddly. When I don't want to use any of my skills because they're fiddly and weird, and I just want to use the basic attack. Holy shit. Then you have a problem. It's like... I don't want to press the buttons given to me because they don't really do anything. It's like, yeah, I could do combo, and then it does fucking less damage than if I just chucked a spear at their face. Like, yeah, let me do this. 1 through 3. Urgh. Right, like, but in that time, I could have chucked 3 spears at them. Just backpedal and throw spears. Now, this one could have some sense, right? Because... it's too fiddly, man. And then...
Get back.
and then it doesn't seem super intuitive what I can actually parry. Oh, wow, and that missed. Like, that didn't parry. So I have to be in striking range, I guess. And that didn't even kill them. Like, this is... So I have to go all the way up to her, which is kind of counterintuitive.
Estelle, feed!
Ooh.
Estelle! Feed! Swell! Estelle!
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I would have killed her like 3 times over if I just fucking chucked spears at her. But I'm trying to use all these things and it just... Okay, so I got hit by one guy and I'm instantly just stunned. It's too much shit for no payoff, man. And I get I'm not scaling anything, right? I'm not. But I'm not scaling my basic attack either. This is fucking weird. So I got hit one time and it took half my stagger bar? Why would you? Look, it took a decade before I got hit again and I got heavy stunned. No fucking shot, man.
Invader! Estelle, feed!
Take this!
Estelle!
Oh shit, the wolf comes now. Look, it does no damage. Why am I trying all this?
Estelle!
I'm better off just shooting her. This one has a place.
Estelle! Feed!
Watch your step!
Swell!
No! I'm out of... feel like I'm... Why am I not gaining any flask charges? Shouldn't I be gaining them when I kill things? Go away. Oh, I thought she was gonna... I'm not sold on their spear idea here, man. I'm really not. Oops. Oh no. No! Wrong button fence. I need to press the button that does damage. Ah. What do we get here? This is a shield, right? So none of this is useful. Great. My inventory is not fucking full. Go away. Okay, okay.
How can I help? Anything take your fancy? Might make good scrap.
250, huh?
Well,
I don't think I've ever felt weaker in the starting zone. Like this parry shit. Damn. So I'm trying to use all the things that's been given to me, but it's shit. It's better to just throw these fucking basic spears at them. Like this shit takes too long for no gain, and it puts me in harm's way where I don't want to be. Look, they don't take any damage. I hit that thing 3 times and then the explosion, and it takes no damage. The fuck's the point?
No common beast could carve out something of this size. Wind Fury! Take this!
Dude, this is... What? So, yeah. It didn't even die! Okay, so something like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm at range, right? Like, I can move away. Why would I use all of this crap? Bro. Oh, there's more mobs. Ooh, ooh. And then, ooh. It doesn't feel good because it takes so long. Okay, parry. What's the slam? So can't even parry. So it doesn't work here.
Back off!
Okay, here we go.
Wait!
Why is most of it still alive? Also, why does this not turn into a burning one? Let's see if the attack spec changed it. Ah, I didn't. I don't think I got enough to see. So what? This goes down. Is this not burning ground? No, it's not. Okay. So it has to be in power. Oh, yeah, that's great.
Nasty little thing! You'll torment Clearfell no longer, you slimy bastard!
Why would I get in there when I can do this?
The tail!
Okay, okay.
Wait!
It did fuck all. I don't think I've ever felt weaker. Oops. Wait, that didn't hit?
Back off!
What?
Wait!
No! This is so fucking fiddly.
The tail!
It does no fucking damage.
Need a moment.
Are you kidding me? It didn't hit the guy? Look at me full comboing here. Fuck all. I'd be better off just chucking spears here. Oh, right. I did 3 parries. I got 1 because they died to the parry. Okay, where is it? Oops.
Devoured your lust, you have.
Wait, why is the tail alive? What? This is cool as fuck. Like, whenever you have frenzy charges and you can actually fire, that is cool. Spear cannot pierce, fork, chain, or return. Projectile count cannot be modified. Oh, consumer frenzy charge to what? Ha! I am not sold on this. I am not sold on this. This feels terrible.
Ah, finally! Now, this won't cover our debt to you.
Now we can fire 2 of them.
Boy, take a look. Go.
But it's just... They've designed it in a way so if you don't have a frenzy charge, this one feels terrible. Look how long it takes. That is wild. Hello, Delvin.
Spirit's breath. It's you. Not sure I'd ever see you again after... Well, you know. Some said you were dead. Part of me almost wished it. Easier than wondering where you went. I had to reckon with what you did. But what's done is done. Now's your chance to make it right. The spirit is near. Or at least, a form of it. Approach, and the hunt begins. Ready? Go on then. Keep up. Don't lose sight.
Look out!
Stay on it.
this is great. Just run past things.
Come on!
Before it slips away. Spirit still falls.
A worthy bar.
Don't let up. I see you still got the knack for this. I see now. Power those forbidden gems give you. The spirit may be silent, but I'll thank you for all that's happened. It feels right hunting alongside you again. These wisps, follow them long enough. Maybe we'll come to understand why they're here. Or maybe we won't. Either way, we keep hunting.
Okay.
I've never known the spirit to manifest itself so openly. A tell of it aye. But even in the stories, it weren't like this. In years past, the spirit sought out Rathin, led our hunters to it, so they could root it out. The spirit's no fool. It's drawn to the worst of them, the powerful ones. Might be worth your while to hunt such marks, if you're looking to redeem yourself. Here's your chance.
Okay.
Most wisps are small flickers of the spirit, drawn to Rathin like moths to flame. But some burn brighter and seek out only the strongest. You'll know them by their orange glow, bright as embers in the dark.
Okay.
Ain't my place to question the spirit. I follow where it leads. Right now, seems to me it's guiding us to rid the land of Rathin. Follow a wisp and you'll see. It lingers, almost like it's waiting on you. But best be careful. Wherever the spirit treads, Rathin stirs, fighting back, like a wounded beast that won't go down easy. Following them ain't as simple as just keeping pace. Chase a wisp, you'll find every beast it touches turns meaner, stronger, more ferocious than before.
Okay.
Heard folks say an Esmiri got taken prisoner around these parts. Few moons back. Figured I'd ask around. Never expected to find you. Least of all walking free. So I won't even ask how you managed that one. You're here. You're alive. And that's what matters. Folk here don't take kindly to strangers.
Oh, I fucking put the scrolls in there.
Look out!
Oh, I can't. I can only put down 2. Okay, come on. Did I fuck that? But that doesn't... Okay. So even if it can't be parried, it still fills up the meter, huh? Or did she just... one-tap me? It just does not seem worth it. I'm better off just chucking these basic bitch spears into her.
Take this!
Didn't she get freaking stunned? No, I guess she didn't. Maybe I missed it.
Need more time.
I don't know, man. The fact that you can't adjust where you throw the spear is kind of annoying. When it comes out that slowly. Oh, so I just knocked it away so I could. What the fuck's the point of this? I need shorter duration.
A worthy foe. Rathan don't discriminate. It twists witches and innocents alike.
Okay. Wait. So for a second you could dual wield spears? Like what the fuck? Pursuit. Supporter skills deal 25% more melee damage than enemy with a projectile in the last 8 seconds. Supporter skills deal no projectile damage. Could I just fast forward? Is that gonna work? No, it doesn't, does it? Detonation time is 2.5 seconds. Okay. Right. Okay, it didn't work. Whatever, I guess. What did it? Okay, let's see. Okay. So from I threw it to it blows up was about like 3.5-ish seconds. That doesn't do shit. It doesn't do jack. I am not sold on this. The spear shit feels horrific. Not just bad, like terror bad.
Anything take your fancy?
Like there is bad, and then there's how this spear shit feels.
Stick to the cairns.
It's really bad. Like, why would you? It feels counterintuitive that I go into melee to then fuck off to then throw off a range. Like, if the combo should feel good, I should start at range. And then go into melee. I should start at range with the CC. Not go into melee. Then do the CC. And then move to range when they're CC. No, I should start range. Throw out something that does the CC. Close the distance. And do melee. And then get out. And start over. Not fucking... Oh, there's a mob? Let me get into melee so I can start my bullshit combo. The fuck? Wait, I wasn't... Oh, I didn't do the... I didn't touch the well. Ah!
Watch your step.
Like, that's cool and all, but like... Why don't I have like a gap closer in to do the thing? I guess... Am I supposed to use this one as a gap closer? And then parry? And then go out and then bam. But that just seems not right. This shit does not... Oh, fuck. This shit does not feel like a gap closer. And also, it would benefit from me sending out the freaking fire spear. Also, if they don't do it right away, you're just stuck there waiting. So I still only get one, even if there's multiple parry targets, or... I mean, this one, the backflip thing, the disengage is cool as fuck. But I would want something to engage with. Can I... Will this... There is a bit of a dash on this, I guess. Let's try. Nah, it would be this, right? But like this goes further. No, it doesn't. Okay, let's try and get this. Let's give it a proper go. Okay, so gap close, parry, yeet, throw spear.
Spirit still watches. Let it be. Bear witness.
Is this really how I'm supposed to play the game? I'm happy with disengage. Disengage is good. So I go, and now it's parry time. And nothing gets parried, so that's great. Ah! If this is what they expect me to do for every clear... Also, man, I would like the stun bar to go up here. Why did that not work?
Hold on.
Oh, where does this lead? The Red Veil, okay. Eh.
Not even the trees have escaped this rot. Look out!
I guess it works. But now we're just kind of stuck here not doing anything. Oh, whoa. Oh, I've changed my buttons.
Nature's hurting. And only stopping this wrathing will set it right.
It doesn't really feel like I'm doing combos. As much as it just feels like I have a rotation. It doesn't feel like I'm really reacting to what things are doing, but I guess that could be just me sucking. This what's it called, spear's throw is definitely placed wrong though. So it doesn't work. I have to be freaking in melee. Okay, so question is, I have this now. I chuck this down. And it does turn into a fire tornado.
Need a moment.
Really? Well, I guess I could, when there's only one, I guess I could
What happened here?
use it as a regular
This
parry.
shade. Is it still alive? Perhaps there is a battle. Renly will know how to forge them. Bring the. I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me.
I am not sold on this. It feels like way too much hassle
Hunt is on.
for no freaking reward. Oh, great. Oh, great. Huh. I mean, disengage is great, but I mean, maybe I'll get something to dash in. It's like right now, it seems like what you want to do is you want to open with this, get a parry, go out, and then send in a spear. But it feels fiddly, not in a good way. And then we're here, and we go, and then bam. And it just doesn't do anything. Like,
Hold on.
and if they miss the hit because I move a little bit, nah. It's kind of sad that this feels like the best option. Like, unironically, as soon as I get a spammable spear throw, this class is gonna feel like it works. Right now, it doesn't really. And I'm doing... Parry. Release. And it's... I didn't even get a frenzy charge. Because I happened to not hit the guy. I don't even have a charm slot. Close the distance. Build up. Parry. Disengage. Frenzy charge. And they're still alive. Like, all of that bullshit.
Where were you?
I'm not sold on this. And why does this not do persistent damage again?
Over there. Bound to be runes in that file.
Oh. It does fuck all.
The folk who have already died. They've fought well enough.
So that attack, the spear throw here, it took me 3 things to build up, and it doesn't even one-shot the mobs here. I mean, I get that I'm not scaling it, but I'm level 6. Not scaling anything. And I have to go into melee. Nah, bro. This class is not it. This is bad. Okay, so now. Look at this. In the 3, it takes me 3 freaking things to set up the shit to kill them. And in that time, I could just toss these fucking spears at them and they'd be dead. They don't have AoE though, but nah. And then you parry the guy straight in front of you and you disengage and somehow it doesn't hit. And I do 1, I do 2, I do 3, and I disengage. Fuck this. This design is oh shit, what the fuck? It's so bad. I'm doing all of the I'm jumping through all these hoops in 1, 2, 3 slashes. Parry. Parry. Disengage. Fire spear. It's so not worth it. Ooh, wow. Bam. Whereas I could just no. This is way less risky. And this was super stupid on purpose because it was AoE and I just did 1 attack that doesn't do any AoE. If I want to do a little bit of AoE, I could throw down these spears here and just let them detonate. Bro.
hunt is on.
And for all of this bullshit, the AoE is so small. I want to see if I want to see if the lightning spear makes a difference, because it didn't feel great playing the monk early on either. So it might just be a game bad early.
Back off.
I could just make a flame wall, right, and fix it. I mean, don't get me wrong, this here is cool, but this part of it here, walking up to the mob, waiting, is really not. And it doesn't really make sense to like go in with this. I guess I don't know. And that didn't hit. I don't know. I'm curious to see what people think of this. On one hand, I'm hoping people agree with me. On the other hand, if people agree with me, I feel a little bit bad for the devs. They're gonna get a mountain of shit if they agree with me. Most people are not gonna be as cordial about it as I am. I just feel like I'm way better off not using a lot of this shit.
I'm hearing voices now, and yet the spirits stay silent.
We meet again.
Back off!
What if you could do a parry build where you just walk around like this? Oh wow, stampede.
The spirit calls. Before it slips away. You wanted redemption. Here's your chance.
Do it! Yeah.
We're wearing it down. Don't let up.
Yeah.
Come on now. Let's end this.
Well, I mean, I would like to, but
Don't lose focus. It's a damn
no.
shame. You fought well.
The freaking little explodey boys got me. I thought I just dealt with them, and then they came back, and I suck.
Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile.
So what now? It was over here I fought it, right? It is gone now, right? Yeah. I think it was here I fought it at least. Yeah, it must have been.
Look out!
Yeah, I think... this just makes more sense. Oh crap, I didn't pay attention. I thought you were still stunned. It's like... It almost feels like the way they want you to use it is they want you to have like a main spammable attack. I'm not paying attention. And then whenever opportunity arises, you have like this weird 3 gem combo that you can use. Now I don't know how they're gonna make it worth it to do this. Really? Because it feels like I'm meant to do this, and then he comes close, and now I get the chance to do this, to go boom. And oh, maybe I can drop down one of these? But it's just so weird. Ow. What? Didn't he shoot through here? And I died here?
Over there. Bound to be runes in that tile. Wind's fury! You're too scared, Garrett.
Really? I mean, it works on bosses just like expected, right? Like, it's pretty okay when it's just him. But whenever you have to clear, it starts to feel bad. And also, he hasn't done any. Yeah, like he just did it there, but for a long time, he didn't do anything I could parry. So at that point, it's just like, okay, well, am I not? Is this not supposed to be like the core mechanic? Am I not supposed to be interacting with this? I'm really not sold on this. I do not think this was a good idea. I don't. I mean, it's kind of neat for boss damage, but relying on parry, just generally speaking, doesn't make sense in boss fights, right? Like, typically, boss fights is where you can't parry.
Spearfield rends the ground with spears. Enemies that walk over them will take damage and become maimed, slowing them down. Spearfield rends the ground. Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on impact and has a high chance to shock enemies, making them take more damage. If you have frenzy charges from a skill like Disengage, it will split an additional time to hit a very large number of enemies.
That might be cool.
Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying them will cause an explosion of ice shards that are highly effective at freezing enemies.
That's kind of cool.
This will also create a patch of frozen ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will empower it with ice. Fangs of Frost. Rake dashes to a target. Rake dash. Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving.
Okay, so
Rake
that could be the gap closer. We're definitely taking spear throw here. Add a bit of cold damage to the weapon. Is there anything here I would like to use? Maybe the booties? But they require 8 strength, so I can't even. Helmet could be better, I guess. Let's go. Let's just get rid of the rest.
Here is a spot I would ask. What would you like?
Must take a proper smith to forge.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
If you find out what? All right. Maybe that rake is gonna be what we need. Because honestly, dealing with this whirling slam is kind of... You feel like you want to use it 3 times, but it just doesn't really work. Oh shit. I gotta get Nina to cook me some food. BRB.
You have them. Stab them into the runewood sights.
Yeah, we'll do that after. BRB. Oh. Win. Oh, she's gonna make my shit. Let's go. All right. I think didn't Siggy have a like? Didn't he have like a? This is how I played Huntress or whatever.
G'day, folks. Ziggy.
Yeah, he did. Okay, we watch that while I eat. I'm just gonna get the... Okay. Let's see if he has some tips that I can use to make this not suck ass. But yeah. We'll play a little bit more. Let me see this. It looks cool as fuck. I'm hoping attack speed will really fuck with it. I feel like they've made them this slow and this unwieldy to make it so that you don't just spam these. And I don't like that. I feel like they've made skills feel worse in order to make it so that you actually use them like they intend.
He's unconscious, but he's breathing. Though, this... Bye.
Did... Oh, I didn't find... Oh, it reset. Okay, yeah, so that skill is not really usable without doing shit. Where is it? I'm gonna be honest. If this is how it's gonna be with the range attacks, and you have to play this heavy combo build sort of thing to clear, I will not be playing this. Oh, I missed. It doesn't even do that much damage. For this amount of fucking charge up time? It's like, oh, you don't have any scaling, you don't have any fucking gems either. No, I'm level 7. These mobs should fucking flop over. Really? Let's see if we can use any of this. Movement speed boots. Mana and fire resist over evasion rating and energy shield? Nah, I don't think so. We could still take a look at these two. I'm getting the feeling that I'm definitely not going to play Spear. That's what I'm getting the feeling of. But accuracy, we could still use that for like bows and stuff, right? Like, I kind of went to shelve this game and play something more interesting. Peter is just suffering without a goal. I mean, there is a goal, right? Like, I want to kill the bosses. It just so happens to be that what they've done here this time around is not really great for me, at least. It might get better. Like, ARPGs comes into their own for at the late game. You always have to kind of suffer through leveling. That thing is really aggressive. Okay. do think
Worthy foe.
if you are going to do spear shit, it does feel like you need a melee attack to be kind of the main thing. Because look at this. Why does it take 5 business days to throw off a shield?
Some strange magic's taken hold of these roots.
Oh, I need to speak to Renly. I thought I could already summon Una.
The wound, only by account the grim town. Bye.
I heard you're heading for the go well.
Oh shit, my food's ready. Let's go. Oh, my pudding, cute. Oh gosh. Okay. Let's. Oh, ow. Let's not have milk everywhere. What the fuck? Jesus. Okay. Let's see what. So he had hands on early. So there's a video here. I want to see if it looks like it gets better. If it doesn't, I think we're swapping to the Smith of Kitava or potentially the Lich. Because this... If this is the gameplay, let's see. So the Solar Spear is super cool. Oh, it does go quicker. Or unless that was a different skill. What did he do? Is he... Is that Static Spear or what I have? No, that's Static Spear.
The Huntress, equipped with Spear and Buckler, seamlessly weaves melee and ranged attacks together using high mobility and powerful counterattacks and skill combinations. It's a Playstyle unlike anything that we've had in Path of Exile up to this point. Attempting to make this overview skill guide has proven very challenging. With my previous mercenary hands-on guide, I could simply talk about each skill individually and maybe just note one or two of the interactions that come up, but for the Huntress it's not so simple. So many of the skills interact with each other in different ways. You can play some pretty simple and organic feeling skill combinations without being quite so overcomplicated, but it's when you start to consider all of the possible interactions and options that you have available to you, quickly things become really complex and really interesting. I think it's definitely the most dynamic and engaging playstyle that GGG have released thus far. So here's my overview of the Huntress, Spear, and Buckler skills from my hands-on time at the GGG studios. This guide will be in two parts. Part 1 has skills up to level 5, and Part 2 has the rest. Spears are one-handed only and cannot be dual-wielded. There's definitely a bit of synergy with bucklers, but technically you can just use a normal shield or even no offhand with the Dance with Death keystone. Spears are fundamentally hybrid melee ranged weapons, and they come pre-packaged with both Spear Stab and Spear Throw basic skills. Both of these are decent single target skills and cost 0 mana, so they're fine choices while leveling for some easy boss poking. The devs actually want these to be on the higher end of raw damage compared to other skills because, and this was how it was phrased to me, they don't do anything else, so they might as well deal some damage. Spear Throw can actually consume a frenzy charge to create a small explosion. There's no real reason to do this, but it's a cute little addition. It's mainly because the idea is that every single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit, so they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers, which are the new pure evasion shields, all come paired with the parry skill. This works the same as Raise Shield in that you hold the button down to block incoming attacks, with some key differences. Projectiles can only be blocked with parry if they're fired from within 1 meter of you. After a successful parry block, the enemy is struck for a small amount of damage, they're light stunned, and they gain the parry debuff for 2 seconds. This parry debuff causes them to take 50% more attack damage for that duration, and that's from anything. It doesn't have to be a specific skill, just any attack. But the parry debuff can also be consumed by some specific skills that we'll go into later. As normal, you can parry any regular melee attack or spell. You just cannot parry slams or explosions or the big red flashy boss abilities, basically. While parrying, you won't evade attacks, but evasion still does do something. It prevents heavy stun buildup. And on that note, and this is not specific to parry but just globally across the board, heavy stun is now a fair bit more punishing towards players.
Yeah, that's up.
That said, evasion scaling in the nature of how you tend to actually parry and then counterattack made this rarely an issue for me after the beginning. I did get heavy stunned a few times, but it really caught me by surprise. And long term, it almost started never happening. Unlike other games with parry, there's no timing requirement here. You don't have to get some sort of perfect thing right as a certain part of the attack is happening. You just channel the parry skill, hold it as long as you want until an attack is automatically parried, as long as you're within range of it if it's a projectile, or as long as it was going to hit you if it's a melee attack. Generally speaking, you'll hold the parry skill down, the parry will occur, and then you'll counterattack with some ability to take advantage of the parry debuff. There's no real skill component here outside of just knowing what things you can parry. And since that's consistent in that it's close range projectiles or any attack that's not a slam, basically, it's a pretty easy thing for you to learn over time. My opinion on parry walking away from this was really positive. It's important, fun, and really effective. It can downright embarrass some of the bosses where you just kind of like chain parry them with follow-up attacks and they feel like they can't really do anything to you a lot of the time. But then at other times, there are some bosses that mostly only do slams and they have very limited things that you can actually parry. Since there's some differences in the types of enemies you face, you'll end up changing your playstyle, and that adds to the overall dynamic feel of the Huntress. One boss you'll be parrying a lot and doing a lot of parry-based counterattacks, and other ones you'll be doing a bit more dodge rolling and hit-and-run tactics. There are a bunch of parry nodes on the passive tree too. They often come packaged or next to passive block chance, which makes them much more appealing. Many of the nodes do things like parry debuff duration, which is pretty handy for kind of more grace in the follow-up attack timings. It's hard to say if something like full parry investment will be worth it, but since block is great anyway, I'm pretty keen to experiment with it in my builds. Now this video is all about skills, so how appropriate then that Boot.dev has returned to be my sponsor once again. That's right, this is the sponsored segment. Boot.dev is the first skill you get from the tutorial is actually Whirling Slash, but I wanted to talk about Disengage first, as it's the follow-up to parry that you get access to the earliest. Disengage ended up being the skill I found myself cutting first in my different runs. It's a slashing backflip with a small AoE. It has a short cooldown, so you can't quite use it end to end, but you can do things like use disengage, dodge roll, move a little bit, then disengage again pretty smoothly.
Disengage
It
seems
flips
like
you
the
away
only
from your
useful
mouse
ability I
cursor or
have.
target, but you can obviously use that to flip you forwards or sideways, depending on where you aim. It seems to work similarly to dodge overall, and it can be used to animation cancel too from other attacks, could be used while using other attacks. And it also does avoid damage. It guarantees strikes and projectiles miss you while you're flipping. When the attack portion hits a target that has the parry debuff as well, it causes a chunky little explosion and consumes the debuff to give you a frenzy charge. Since quite a few things want frenzy charges for powerful buffs, the early game strategy of parry, disengage, then throw an empowered spear is very good and quite fun. Both this and parry being easy to pull off make the whole thing way more fun too. It's a simple skill that does a lot for the overall feeling of mobility and that hit and run and ranged melee combination that the Huntress is going for. It really encourages it, I think. Personally, I never took disengage off my skill bar for even a second. It felt like a core class mechanic to me, just like dodge roll. I ended up using the ingenuity support to lower its cooldown, which felt quite nice. And that paired with a bit of incidental parry debuff duration meant that it was really easy to, even if I first missed my first attempt at disengage to try and get that frenzy charge, I would usually be able to do a second one as a follow-up thanks to that combination. The support gem I really loved on disengage though was Shocking Leap, which I believe is a new one. It puts down some shocked ground on use. Since you use disengage on top of enemies a lot of the time, that leaves them shocked exactly when you plan to follow up with some sort of empowered spear throw, for example. It's also really great paired with triggering explosions on whirlwinds from our next skill, Whirling Slash. So Whirling Slash is the first of the wind-themed skills. Bit of an archetype here within the Huntress. It's a combo piece for quite a few other skills as well. Quite simply, you slash in a circle for fairly low damage and create a whirlwind. Each whirling slash adds a stage to the whirlwind, increasing its area up to 3 total stages. If you leave the whirlwind area, such as just walking away or dodge rolling or indeed disengaging out of it, it explodes, dealing more damage per stage in that larger area. Its main use early on is AoE for packs of enemies. You'll slash and slash and slash, and then dodge roll away or disengage, detonating it and killing the enemies. You'll get a feel for how much damage you need to do to the enemies before you detonate, so you might end up doing an extra slash here or there to get them low enough so that the detonate will kill them. But this is something you get a feel for as your gear evolves. It's less single target, just outright used, than spear stab in most cases, but you can build whirlwinds ahead of time for single target situations, like for example when you're moving to engage an enemy, or if you're waiting for a boss to spawn, for example, you can pre-place those whirlwinds so that when you're forced to move, like a dodge roll or something, it'll detonate, dealing a bit of extra damage. Not to mention that whirlwind blinds enemies, so it's nice to just have down ahead of time. It's a pretty core skill for the early game and feels quite good, but does need a little bit of kind of practice and tips for using it. So here's some things that I noted. The slash has a forward leap if targeted ahead of you, so that you can use it as a gap closer, and that's kind of what you should do. Think of it like hit and run, using that whirling slash to advance on enemies and push them and group them up since it has that knockback, and then use your disengage to explode or dodge roll to get out of the way and explode, and then follow up with more whirling slashes. That's kind of the core little combo there. If you want to place them underneath yourself and you don't want to move around, because sometimes you don't really want to be moving around so much, you can just target right underneath yourself and you won't actually do that little dash. Something that's really good is you can drag the whirlwind around with you by using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of. When you use disengage to leap out of it to trigger that explosion with shocking leap support on disengage, that shock ground does actually apply to that explosion, which is really fantastic. Some suggested supports include the new one, Cadence. This would work well a lot of the time, I think, here, because you're doing 3 attacks, then doing something else, then another 3. So you should maintain something like a 30 to 60% attack speed buff a lot of the time, but you shouldn't ever hit that downside of attacking 8 times in 4 seconds, because you're going to be mixing up the skills you're doing, typically with whirling slash and not just slashing endlessly. So you're never really going to have that cooldown effect. Kind of a neat little support gem. Alternatively, the much more simple approach of martial tempo is solid and just makes things nicer for setting up whirlwinds for twisters that we'll talk about in a moment. I found myself using Bloodlust on it to scale damage if the target was bleeding, which is easily done with other skills like Rake, so that's a nice damage scaling option, even in non-bleed builds. And since, especially with martial tempo or cadence, it's something you're hitting with quite often, it can be used for building up rage stacks with the rage support, for example. So next up is Twister, and this is the natural pairing with Whirling Slash. It simply sends a projectile that pierces through all targets and bounces off walls until it runs out of duration. The Twister is blind as well, which is a nice defensive
Maybe we
buff to
should
be
try
able to
the
apply
Twisters.
guaranteed on enemies at a range like this. Like Whirlwinds, when Twisters travel over ground effects, they actually gain that element and deal 30% added elemental damage of that type. When they collide with a Whirlwind from skills such as Whirling Slash, they consume the Whirlwind to deal more damage and create more projectiles. Just note this doesn't cause the Whirlwind to explode like it normally would. It consumes it to do this alternate effect with Twisters specifically. So if you fire a Whirlwind into a stage 3 Twister, that means 180% more damage and 4 Whirlwinds instead of 1, so that's pretty substantial payoff. As a baseline, Twisters deal less damage than just using like basic spear throw, but you know, they pierce and they can bounce around and they can hit the target again as they bounce and come back. Pretty nice in enclosed areas, and when they're fully buffed with added elemental damage, they do tend to deal quite a bit more damage overall. They cannot shotgun with multiple projectiles though, even if it's created from the Whirlwind, but more projectiles can make it more likely for extra hits after bouncing, so you can still end up getting more single target damage with extra projectile. I did test with and without Scattershot, and overall I didn't really like Scattershot on this, mostly preferring to use the Whirlwind buff instead. Overall, the skill works really well in small arenas or in tighter spaces, and it can be really nicely combined with Whirlwind for kind of encountering dangerous packs and dealing with them before you get, you know, in too much danger. It's a bit like Spark, so duration and projectile speed are both options for scaling it so that you can hit more targets, bounce off walls, and hit the enemy again. I did find myself using this quite a lot, off and on, in different zones. Sometimes it performed really, really well, and other times it was just okay. It's especially nice when you just incidentally have some elemental ground effects around, and that includes even just the shocked ground from disengage, which naturally puts the shocked ground between you and your target, so it's kind of perfect. For other support options, there's plenty of things you can do with this, but the Pursuit and Retreat supports, the new ones, felt like a great combo with this and Whirlwind. So let's talk about them. The hybrid melee ranged playstyle of the Huntress and Spears is encapsulated in a brand new pair of support gems here, which kind of naturally go together. Pursuit makes the linked melee attack deal 30% more melee damage if you damage an enemy with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. And conversely, Retreat is the opposite. 25% more projectile damage if you've damaged an enemy with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds. You get what they're going for here, it's pretty obvious. Both have an additional restriction though, preventing the linked skills from doing the other type of damage. This is likely just to prevent issues with like hybrid skills, like Monk's Falling Thunder for example, that have both a melee and projectile component. I didn't run into this at all playing on an actual Huntress. The simplest and most obvious pairing here is just Whirling Slash and Twister, right? They combo together nicely, they're melee and ranged. But that said, the 8 seconds is pretty long, and you can even activate Retreat pretty easily by just using on mobility skills like Thunder Asleep or Disengage. You disengage, you hit the target, that gives you 8 seconds of uptime on your damage scaling for your projectile skill. Very nice. The next skill on that first tier of those level 1 gems is Explosive Spear, and this is one of my favorites. It throws a low damage spear that detonates after 2.5 seconds to deal a powerful fire damage explosion. Now you can only have one active spear at a time, and you have to wait for it to detonate before you throw another one, otherwise you'll override it and it'll never detonate. So there's some level of self-control that you need to apply here. That said, consuming a frenzy charge causes it to detonate instantly, leaving behind burning ground. Explosive Spear's explosion, whether it's with frenzy charge or after the delay, acts as a detonator, meaning that it can detonate other skills that we'll see later on, like Stormlance or Rapid Assault's stuck spearheads. Explosive Spear overall is very satisfying and effective. The limit on active spears and the longer detonation time actually means that you weave it in between your other skills and combine it opportunistically. Whenever you find a parry opportunity, you can disengage to make a frenzy charge, Explosive Spear for that burning ground and some nice damage, and then follow up with Whirling Slash or Twisters to empower them with that added fire damage. Most builds I think will use this for at least a while in Act 1. It's just a good leveling skill for that early portion of the game, if nothing else. But that said, it's definitely got core skill potential, and it was one of the main skills I ended up using in the elemental build that I fell into, combined with Stormlance. For supports, you've got your obvious choices like Fire Imbuement and Primal Armament, Concentrated Effect or Magnified Effect if you want more area of effect, for example. And you can do things with Persistence or Despoiler for burning ground duration, of course, if you're using it mostly to buff your Whirlwinds or Twisters. The gem I liked the most though was Overabundance, which is +1 charge and 50% less duration. The duration doesn't actually affect the detonation time, which would obviously probably be a good thing, but that's okay. The extra charge though is excellent. It means you can throw 2 down and have 2 explosions for a bit more coverage, and it makes it a little bit easier to not accidentally override yourself and still get those explosions for detonating. The only thing that is affected by the less duration is the burning ground, so it's not as good for applying that effect, but there's plenty of other ways to do that if you're playing some kind of wind build and need ground effects. On to the level 3 skill gems. We'll start off with Lightning Spear, which I know a lot of people are excited for. This throws a lightning spear with a boosted chance to shock enemies. The spear itself cannot pierce, fork, or chain or really do anything, but when it hits a target or a wall, it splits lightning bolts to enemies in a large area. Adding more projectiles doesn't affect that core spear, which is a running theme for these spear throws, but it does affect the split lightning bolts themselves, which are projectiles. The frenzied charge adds more splits and more damage overall, turning it into a bit of a clear speed beast. The splits have full lightning conversion as well, and even more chance to shock too, so particularly good for shocking there. It should be quite nice with barrage, but I didn't really get much of a chance to test that. And the innovate support is obviously a pretty good choice here to gain lightning damage on killing shocked enemies. To me, this felt less useful for leveling though than other options that I had access to, but I can definitely see this being a clear speed machine at endgame, especially if you can keep a steady supply of frenzy charges going for those empowered splits. Fangs of Frost is next up, a simple icy stab attack that has its own unique payoff on parried enemies. So when striking a parry debuffed enemy, it causes an icy explosion that leaves chilled ground. This means it can be used as an elemental ground source for wind skills, but I don't really think that's going to be the main use case for it here. Both the explosion and stab have 50% more freeze buildup, and the high damage on the explosion does make for some pretty solid freeze potential. By default, it's not stronger than regular spear stab for raw single target DPS, and I initially kind of wrote it off as not too useful as I wanted to use those parry debuffs to make frenzy charges. Why would I want to consume it for Fangs of Frost when I want to throw my exploding spears and stuff? But I did end up changing my mind on this skill completely later on. When I started getting frenzies from other sources, I found it much more useful overall. With the Combat Frenzy Spirit skill, freezing enemies can generate you easy frenzy charges, and this made it become a core skill in my eventual elemental spear throwing build. A quick poke on trash monsters is a near guaranteed freeze, and therefore a frenzy charge. Great. Much easier than trying to do a parry and disengage. And then when you do use parry for a tougher enemy, you can follow up with the Fangs of Frost for an even more higher chance of getting that freeze. And with decent supports like Cold Infusion
like the
and Pursuit, for example, it became a pretty solid high damage and satisfying melee skill to weave in on an otherwise ranged playstyle that I was messing with. The next skill is Spear Field, which is a slightly unusual one that I initially penned as mostly a utility skill, but I think has some pretty strong potential. With Spear Field, you stab the ground and see many spears emerge from the ground in a cone. These spears will explode when enemies come into contact with them, so either when you summon them into an enemy, or if the enemy walks into them or is pushed into them. The spear explosions maim enemies with additional maim effect, slowing their movement speed considerably, and dealing a decent little chunk of damage. Nothing too crazy for single explosions, but obviously this is something that you can do more with and build up a bit. I did kind of write this one off initially, but then when I tried it again much later on, and again on a second run, I was focusing more on like a Bleed Fizz character, it did start to blow me away a little bit. You get a spear every 0.2 meters of space, so the way this skill works is more AoE equals more spears, but they don't cluster tighter if you use something like Concentrated Effect, for example. It has a maximum of 70 spears total, and they seem to start replacing after about 3 uses of the skill. So although the amount of spears you get per 0.2 meters of space is fixed, you can stack the spear fields on top of each other. So you can stack 3 on top of each other and get quite a bit more damage clustered for where a boss is going to be walking through, for example. So a bit of a hypothetical here, this is just some theory crafting. With Concentrated Effect, you may be able to stack more and deal more damage in the same location, because maybe you are getting less AoE, which means less spears are being kind of put down per use of the skill. So that means maybe you could do 4 or 5 spear fields on top of each other for single target, or you just spam them into the boss, deleting them as they spawn. Still, Concentrated Effect would be very good there for that. Quality is quite interesting in this as well. It has a chance for hazards to rearm, and I did see this kind of hazard keyword elsewhere on the passive skill tree, for example, which it's basically any like damage dealing effect that's left behind from a skill. So basically this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such as rearm chance, and rearm chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% chance to rearm is 15% more damage. It's effective against larger enemies and very effective against enemies that move around or chase you. I kind of wonder if you could use knockback from the spears to push enemies into more spears. So some knockback on the skill itself, or globally perhaps. It would probably take some investment, but could be interesting to look at. I actually think this is a super strong skill against the right types of enemies and built around correctly, in addition to providing some decent utility for slowing enemies down in range or
16
bleed
damage.
builds. Keep in mind
He was
that
so
a moving
excited
enemy
about
gains
setting it
bonus
up and it
bleed
did
damage,
16
and if they're
damage.
walking slower, they spend more time overall walking to get where they want to be. Speaking of bleed builds, the next skill is Rake, the last of the level 3 skills, and this is a bleed-themed mobility skill. Rake is a slashing attack that leaps forwards to a target if possible. It's got a moderate range when targeted on a specific enemy, otherwise it's just a small leap forwards. It takes a bit of practice to get used to what enemies you can reach to max range with it, but it's really zippy overall, and it can dash you around enemies, and it kind of path finds around obstacles really well too, to travel you really far sometimes. And that's good because it does up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. You're incentivized to use it to hit and run or as a gap closer after you like flip away with disengage, for example. Now it has a 100% chance to inflict a bleed and 100% more magnitude of bleed, in addition to that up to 100% more damage based on distance, so there's some decent bleed scaling going on here. It's got a somewhat low base attack damage, but all of those kind of multipliers put together mean that it ends up being a pretty good skill, if nothing else for clear, and surprisingly actually good for single target as like a hit and run combined with some other skills. It's really fast and fun skill. I liked it a lot. A useful mobility even on non-bleed builds too. The combo of Rake, Whirlwind, Parry, Disengage, and then Rake again, just kind of like that dash in, flip back combo. It was really fun. Obviously, brutality, heft, and deep cuts are going to be there for bleed damage. Cadence and martial tempo if you want to use it more for speed and maneuverability. And I actually stumbled upon Stomping Ground as a support for this, which is really fun. Rake moves so fast and there's kind of a lot of steps, so Stomping Ground adds a bunch of hits to make Rake a better single target and clear skill at the same time. You just kind of have a little bit of strength for the damage to be based on while leveling, but because on a bleed build you need a bunch of red sports, you're going to have some strength anyway, and just with the strength I kind of needed from and got from some incidental gear, I found this combo was very strong. Definitely a cool combo. One to have a look at for sure. Since we're talking about bleed skills, it's time for the skill with the edgiest, sickest name of all time.
Herald of Blood.
Herald of Blood is, as name suggests, a new bleed-oriented Herald skill, which means you get access to it at Gem level 4, also known as Gem level 10 after killing the King of the Mists. While active, killing an enemy that has experienced quote-unquote blood loss causes them to explode, dealing physical attack damage in an area. So blood loss is this new system where the total bleed damage on enemies can be tracked and seen on the life bars as this kind of like missing portion of life. You'll only see it whenever you have a skill or an effect that cares about blood loss in some way. So as soon as you put Herald of Blood on, you'll start seeing it on enemies. The explosion has some base physical damage, but the bulk of its damage is actually based on the total blood loss of the exploded enemy. It's 15% of the exploding enemy's blood loss total. So this is an unscalable value, which is typical for effects like this, since it's already effectively has been scaled by your damage in the first place via the actual bleed in the first place. A bit like Plague Bearer from Path of Exile 1 if you're familiar. What this means is that even just 1 point of bleed damage is enough to cause Herald of Blood to explode for a small amount of damage, regardless of whether the enemy actually dies to bleed or another hit or something else, just as long as they experience blood loss at some point, even if they've stopped bleeding entirely. But enemies that have had a lot of blood loss, say primarily dying to like a large bleed from Rake, for example, will cause some very chunky, high damage explosions. As an added bonus, the explosion can aggravate bleed on nearby targets, which makes the bleed deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving. This alongside the explosion should help clear up stragglers and give bleed builds that juicy AoE clear that they desperately need. Although it's an attack and requires a martial weapon to equip and activate, it doesn't scale off of your weapon damage, so maybe you can do some clever things with that perhaps. It's pretty satisfying and effective at even leveling a build that's not really focused on bleed and using Rake for mobility. It was great for AoE clear. You can of course support it as well, just keep in mind that the blood loss damage is unscalable, so you mostly want to stick to things like magnified effect for extra area or utility supports, I imagine. Now moving on to skill level 5, we'll start with Rapid Assault. This skill performs 6 small stabs in a pretty fast sequence and then a large final strike. It seemed like a partial lock-in skill to me, but I think you can interrupt between the 6 fast stabs and then the final large one if needed, but there is some kind of element to commitment to it. It's a skill that you want to use when you can kind of do so safely. The final strike is definitely the most important part of the skill, and it has pretty long range, which means it'll often connect even if you miss that first combo, which is nice. And that final strike is guaranteed to cause bleeding and has a small knockback for a bit of bonus bleed damage as well. Finally, that final strike lodges a stuck spearhead in the target for up to 10 seconds,
you can explode
and
those.
you can have a total of 5 stuck spearheads in a target if you can do so quickly enough. The spearheads themselves don't do anything, but if they're hit by a detonator skill, they explode, dealing some extra damage in a small explosion. At gem level 5, it was 85% damage per explosion, so it's not a ton, but that does total to over 400% if you get all 5 in and then detonate them. So it makes it a decent final punch finisher. Mechanically, I think this works quite nicely. When the enemy is vulnerable, you hit them with a few rapid assaults. Then when they start moving again, you detonate the spearheads with an explosive spear or a thunderous leap. Depending on your build, you might be throwing detonators anyway, so that extra damage is just bound to happen as a bonus. When you kind of math out the small rapid hits, the big final hit, and then the potential detonations down the line, it does end up being quite good single target. The bleed does, however, seem kind of supplementary here with no real major bonus or like heavy hit from that final strike to, you know, to give it that extra punch that a bleed really needs. Overall, it's a solid single target skill that'll probably see use in a variety of builds, I expect, especially if they do have a detonator skill kind of already in their gameplay rotation. And of course, don't forget things like detonating arrow, explosive grenades, and explosive shot all exist for weapon swap setups. Next up, Stormlance is another thrown spear skill and one of my other favorites alongside explosive spear, which it happens to pair very nicely with. This skill has got a lot going on, so hold on to your butts. Stormlance sees you throw a spear that pierces enemies and lodges in the ground, where it then proceeds to intermittently zap nearby enemies with chaining bolts of lightning. You can have 3 active Stormlancers in the ground at any one time,
He's
zapping
sped
away,
up the
and you
gameplay,
can only
hasn't
throw
he?
1 spear at a time, so Scattershot is out, thankfully I think, but Barrage is an option. The stuck spears are detonatable, but they won't detonate by themselves. If they are hit by a detonator, such as explosive spears explosion,
definitely has.
they'll rapidly fire out 16 bolts near instantly in a larger area before expiring. It's pretty chunky damage.
All right, so I'm not too sold on this, but we will try and continue. It's it is the things that I fear. So what we can do is we can pivot into a bow build, and that would probably be pretty effective. So we will look for bow is what we will do. If I manage to get myself a juicy bow, then we'll swap, I think. As much as I want to try the spear shit, it just doesn't feel good.
If the Fey spirits.
But I guess I should try getting some attack speed. Support gem definitely gonna put martial tempo on this spear throw, see if that'll do something.
Hurry.
But look, like
Nothing like a spot of song to chase away the gloom. Heart of the storm!
I guess we got some dam here, huh?
The thrill of the hunt!
See, this was the skill I wanted to play. And it's super cool, but it's just so slow. I do like that she holds the spear based on what she did last. Look, we're ready for the throw here, but if I parry, we're ready for the stab. What? We're ready for the stab? Oh, we're ready for the throw.
Need a moment. That was almost a challenge.
Oh, that was my shit. Oops. Oh no, this next boss, I don't think you can parry, basically. But how the fuck are we gonna generate frenzy charges? They just nerfed combat frenzy. So instead of being like you can gain one like every 2 seconds, or a little less than 2 seconds, I think it was now every 5 fucking seconds, which is just not gonna work. Also, what I used, I don't really wanna. It has to be something like gain it on crit or gain it on something. Because it can't be gain on, well, I guess it could be gain on kill, but then it doesn't work for bosses. Which I guess is okay. If we're playing this spear shit, the bonus it gets on bosses, well, there's no bonus on bosses, is what I was gonna say. Because it just splits to more targets.
Man or beast? What are you?
We can. No. I missed. I should stop using the lightning spear on this guy. No! Yeah, messing around with all of this like parry, block, parry, push shit. It's just like, it's just not worth it, is it? Just throw spears. Can I not do martial tempo? I can. 20% more attack speed. Yes, please. Let's see how this is now. Do I feel a difference? Yeah, I do. Let's go. That's good. That's good. That's good. I was afraid that it was not gonna work. I was afraid it was not gonna work. He's not awake yet. Oh, he's not awake yet, brothers. He's not ready. 11 armor, 5 max energy, 1 level of all melee skills. Okay. 12 life. 10% increased movement speed. what is better? Two to three to attacks is better, right? I'm not really using my melee skills. Well, not at all using my melee skills. Do I have the... No, I don't have those things yet that can... So... I think I'll need less tablets, so I think we'll make the... I don't think we need this to be this big anymore. So I think we'll do the dump first, and we'll figure out what we do with this one. Eventually. They have for sure made less tablets. Maybe I need a bigger rune one now that they have different freaking levels. Well, this one's quality. I should worry a little bit about those materials, at least to begin with, right?
Till next time.
Okay. Okay, a bit more attack speed on this lightning spear has me...
Lightning strike twice.
Yeah, this is better. Maybe we can just get around with this now. It is definitely going to be way better if I can like rely on doing the lightning spear until a parry makes sense. Gonna take a lot of the frustration away. We got a level 2. I don't have the twister yet, so we should probably try that. One thing I will say is that it feels not at all impactful, which I'm not a fan of. But it could just flat out be better clear. It's super free to use, right? Like, just super fast. It just does damage. It pierces, right? It's AoE. It's everything. Ah, it does seem to do fuck all damage, though. Yeah, no, it does fuck all damage.
Storm's coming.
It does fuck all damage. That was quick.
Reckon it's time to put this draven to bed. The hunt is on!
Wait, why did I not go this way again? I should have gone this way because I'm not ready for the accuracy shit yet. That is so dumb. Oh well, sometimes maybe good. Oh, he does. Oh, he didn't die. Thought he would. I feel like nothing I have just does damage. It's like everything is relying on everything. Is like if I don't play in this like hyper specific way, I just do no damage. And if I play in that specific way, I do no DPS because it takes so long to set up. So yeah, I'll do more damage when I finally get to do a spell. But I get to do a spell like so rarely. Because yeah, if I go here, bam, bam, and then send one out, they're dead, right? But I'll try to kill the manticore. But in that time, I could have probably killed them like this.
Sustenance.
I was wondering if this rake thing would feel better to use as a travel skill than whirling whatever. Whirlwind? So let's see. It still feels slow to have to wait for the parry. It feels super slow having to wait for the parry. What do we have? Oh, it's Draven, so it's the... I guess parry's gonna be good here.
You will have eternity to regret your intrusion here.
Oh, that didn't work.
Your meaningless life. Your soul is mine. Cut down. The spirit's hunger. Cut down. Your
Okay.
meaningless life ends now. Cut down. Your soul is mine. Cut down. Perish. Cut down. The spirits yearn. Intrusion. I require your aid, Assinia.
Oh, I stunned him and I didn't use it.
Meaningless life ends now. Your intrusion will be punished. I command you, rend your soul. Perish. Rend your soul. Assinia.
Oh, that's just heavy stuns. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening?
Rend your soul. The spirits yearn. To me, Assinia. Intrusion will be punished. Your intrusion will be punished.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't get the parry. Sorry, I didn't get the...
My beloved
What's it called?
Assinia.
The frenzy charge from the parry backflip thing. I don't... I'm not loving this lightning spear. And it's so cool, but it's so slow. And it doesn't really do any single target.
You will have eternity to regret your
Oh, I should have done this.
intrusion here. Rend your soul. Your soul is mine. These spirits are mine. I will end your cut down. Rend your soul. I will end your meaningless life. Your soul is my beloved Assinia. Soul.
Damn, I stunned him as I couldn't do anything.
These spirits are mine. Succumb to the Empire.
Okay.
Your intrusion will be punished. Your intrusion will be punished. Assinia, I am your master. Here. Your soul is mine.
Ow.
Rend your soul. My beloved Assinia.
I am here, my beloved.
Come to me, Assinia.
I'm spending too much time worrying about trying to do shit and not enough time worrying about damaging him. If I just run around like this,
your meaningless life ends now. I command you. Will never surrender. Come down. The spirit's hunger. Intrusion will be punished. Succumb to the Empire. Your soul is mine.
Straight through the air.
yeah, I mean, all of the fancy shit just seems not worth it. I don't know. It seems better to just chuck spear.
Bring it on.
Okay, did I just get staggered? Wait, what? You can throw that over walls? Okay, that's kind of cool. Evasion rating. This is way better. I mean, it doesn't do anything really, but it's better than literally nothing, right? Like so these witches can't be parried, huh?
Straight through the art.
Oops. Big point. Okay, so deals some melee damage, fence.
Come on.
Those some slams. Oh my lord.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
I don't know if this... I don't know if this... What is this lacerate thing? Rake? If that works that well? I'm still not using it, even though I have it.
What would you like?
So you can no longer combine small runes to get a random rune. I wonder if you can combine them to get a level up in rune. You probably can, right? That's probably why you can't combine them to get a random anymore. So I get 3 of the small ones. I can combine them into 1 of the bigger ones. That's how everything else works. Right? Well, I guess specifically the waystones. Okay, double slam, let's go. I think these are slams as well. Boom. Okay, where's the last one? Am I?
Lightning strike twice.
Oh, we get a strong box. No!
Need a moment.
Dude, these spear throws are awkward. They fire so slow. Oh, it's the box that does this shit. Okay. It makes it awkward to actually hit with it. Which is annoying. Like the whole like and then you toss it. And the fact that it doesn't change direction like after you've started it. But it just it doesn't hold on to the target, right? It doesn't hone. It doesn't keep primed on the target that you shot it at. Dude, I am getting movement speed boots, huh? These are armor boots, so we'll put them in here. And all of this. We have a charm. You take fire damage from a hit. Let's go, I guess. Oh, I should be... I'm stupid. I should be Unaing now. I'm dumb. I'm so used to selling it for gold because that's where I was at the end game.
Straight through the art. Abomination.
my beloved son. Your death shall be avenged, even if it takes 1,000 years.
Okay.
My dearest daughter, beloved for all time, rest well.
Oh, there it is. That hit me. Does he do anything other than slams? Proof of me prowess. Okay. All right, Asinia. I don't think I can do much to parry her.
Time this tomb earned its name and kept the praetor's wife good and buried. Get back!
That was nasty. Is this a place for... maybe it was. Lightning spear just seems to do it better. This parry sit is kind of frustrating. You walk up there and they just don't do anything. Sometimes you get the parry and you do the disengage and somehow it doesn't land, despite them being right in front of you.
Come on then. What you hiding? Come on.
It's a lot of AoE. Ow. Augmentation. He's not taking it? Oh, he did. Wait, so does this say anything again that it cannot spears projectiles? So only effect, yeah. So when you throw spears, you can't actually get multiple projectiles, which sucks. It makes sense.
Exiled. But unbroken.
But unbroken. Okay.
Lightning strike twice.
Bam. Hello. Okay. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Acceleration, projectile speed. Enemies are on full life. Blood in the eyes. Hobble. The fuck's hobble? Hobble. Hobbling a target lowers their evasion by a specific amount. If this brings target evasion value to 0, they are fully hobbled for 12 seconds. The fuck does it mean that they're hobbled? Okay. What are we looking at here? Expense. $10 seconds to cool down, huh? Leverage. Perpetual charge. Let's go. It's not really gonna do any more damage, but it's gonna maybe be nice. We'll see. I don't know. Oh wait, did we have a skill gem? We have a level 3. So we get Fangs of Frost. I do think I need to figure something else out. We have another one here. Is retreat? No. There it is. I'm thinking the perpetual charge goes away, and then we take this one and put here, and then maybe we put this here. What does this do again? Yeah, so you can have 2. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I don't have parry. I don't have parry equipped right now. I think I need to change my binds a little bit. This just I've been too I don't know, man. It's like gap close. There's too much shit here. I don't really want to deal with all of these things, if I'm being honest. I thought they said it would find past things. All right, here we go. Look, I'm better off just doing this.
Tormented dead. Beloved Draven, aid me. Soul is mine.
Wait, what? Did it just overabundance on me 3 times? That's so good.
Sacrificial souls. Oh, escape! Draven, I need you.
Wait, really?
Lightning strikes twice.
I answer your call.
Right of the fourth moon. Wilt and rot.
Not good.
Conquer my love, I call to you.
Throw around the bombs. Yeah, I'm way better off not bothering with all of this. Like, and just going. None of all that fancy parry combo, gap closer. No, no, no. Just chuck spear. Spear throwing. Throw the spear. Spear to face.
You had the keys. That bastard tyrant. I sent for him.
Calls to marry your Uncle Tarek in his later years.
Praise the first ones.
No, he does a big explosion.
Torko, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
Part of the storm.
That hit me? Okay. I think we chuck spear. That's a slam. I'm dead. Oh my lord, I'm lucky. That slam goes through the middle thing? Okay. Okay. Oh lord.
Watch your step.
Ah! Why? Okay. What? I need to remember that I'm not playing Valheim, and I can't just dodge roll when things are coming in. I have to actually be out of the bullshit. I took like 3 health bars worth of damage from just dodging in a slam because, well, it's Valheim, right? Like, just fucking slam. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. There's no iframes. There's no unless there are, and I don't know how to time it, but there's no iframes, fans. There are no iframes. You need to be away from the shit. Bro!
Watch your step.
What?
Your kin at last. I've enough in my pack already.
Okay. I need to stop trying to focus on this shit. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. What is it, fence? Not worth it. I do really like this one whenever you have a frenzy charge. When you don't have a frenzy charge, not so much. But when you do, it's great. It's great. Right. So there's spear field.
Spear field rends the...
I don't think I'm gonna bother with that. We'll upgrade the explosive spear. It's worse, right? Yeah, I think it's worse.
You found the...
I did indeed.
How long?
This.
Yes.
So if we are to.
This goes into the dump. Mana. 2 to 3 fizz. Gain 4 per enemy kill. Let's see if we can get something better. Yeah. Not much better, but... Life with Dex. Yoink. Okay, so... Anything with a hole in it? And these just go... Guess we do that one. Una?
Stay safe if you can.
This hooded one is... Here's what I got. Till next time.
Okay.
Welcome, violent stranger. I am Finn, and if I don't got it, I can.
Spirits in the trees be damned. You actually entered the Red Veil and survived. Every Ogham kid knows.
Okay.
If you step...
Go make a legend or two.
He's trouble, he is. But reckon it's the harmless kind.
Okay. Okay, so... How do I get to the hunting grounds? Do I just get to go? Yo, Daru, welcome, welcome.
Straight through the heart.
Oh. You finally found something that deals damage? Nice. I just feel like a lot of the shit, it's not worth it. Break put stomping ground. Oh, right, and some strength stacking, I guess. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's not good.
Naught but bad energy about that. I should ask Finn what's what.
You one-tap group now? It's just... You're supposed to do all these combos. And it just doesn't seem freaking worth it. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. It's in the... We just... While I ate, I watched the Sicky D thing. Oh my lord. So I knocked it to China and I didn't get the... And he mentions it there. Like, you just... Stack a bit of strength up, right? And then... It's just... Yeah, that much I do get. I'm more so talking about the whole class itself, right? Like, it feels like you're supposed to use all of these combos, and if I do that, it's just like 1, 2, 3, parry something, leap out, throw a spear in, and it takes so long. It just doesn't seem worth it. And then the whole parry thing. If you don't knock them back out of range or kill them, yeah, you get a frenzy charge. But it's like, ah. But yeah, I have seen the rake stuff. This is what PoE2 aim for slow. Yeah, I think it's bad. I think it's bad. I think for boss fights, it's super cool. Like the whole parry, all that shit, that works fine for bosses. Like I really wish they just add some clear abilities, right? You get big available AoE. You just tune the gray mobs to have basically no HP, right? And you tune the blue mobs to have a little bit more, but still not that much. And then the rares and the bosses, you can do combos on. That would be so much better. One comment you play a while ago is you want to play a PoE1 club. My son play PoE1. Yeah. Like here, it's okay. Like, it's one mob. Like, I'm fighting a mob, right? Like, that makes sense. Having some engaging gameplay when it's actually single target, I'm all for that. But whenever I have to do, quote unquote, if I have to do quote unquote freaking combos on every single pack, it's like, bro. I mean, just think about what you're doing, right? Like, you're making a PoE1, yeah? You're just doing this. Right? You walk up and you go, dun, 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 and the pack is right? I think the way you do is you just make it so you have very available AoE, and then you make massive difference between rare health and like what's it called, just mob health in general, right? Because if I have to do this, like that combo kind of on packs, and they're still not dead. Like, that is simply just like, oh, let me 1, 2, and then parry, and then flip out, and boom, yeah. No, it takes too long. Like, I want to just chuck this spear at them and they're dead. But no, I have to do bam, right? It's too slow. But that shit's great on single target. I think this here is gonna suck.
Shake off the dust and let's fight. Need a moment. Another hunt, another trophy.
It's just I'm not into it, man. I'm not into it. It's like if I had to do all of these intricate combos and play around with terrain and all of that in a boss fight, yeah, I'm all for it. Let's go. That's cool. I get it. I like it. But all the time? All the time? Really? Every mob? Every pack? No, right? I think I need frenetic. Okay, so how do we get there the best? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, let's not take that one. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. And we get to get accuracy, but I guess 5 attributes might be better. How much is Dex again? So 5 would be what? Wait, was this? This has to be percent then. Yeah, I think the Dex is better. Is there something? What about this one? This is pin buildup. Fuck that. There could be a reason to go here, right? The thing I'm using cannot fork at the moment. If I'd want to go here, would I want to go here? I mean, 50% increase if you consumed a frenzy charge recently. That sounds pretty good. What about this? Oh, this is not close though. Projectile damage, reduced attack speed. Reduced attack speed, fuck you. What do we have here? Projectile speed, area of effect for attacks. Projectile speed, projectile speed, projectile speed. Area of effect. Crit and accuracy. If I'm gonna do the Amazon stuff, I would want to go there. Love on parries, it interrupts enemies as boss attacks. Something can be a lifesaver. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not at all against the things they've added. They're quite good. It's just when to use them, right? Like when I'm just running around here and I find these, oh, these are blue. Well, when I would just find a random mob, I feel like I should more or less be able to 2 or 3 shot them. Oh, for fuck's sake. With just a spear throw. And I shouldn't have to look at how long it fucking takes. And I have martial tempo on this. Like, this is how fast it fires. Like, bro. Like, what? It's too much. And then whenever we get to a point where, okay, right, here's a rare guy or whatever, or here's a boss, then we can bring in all the parry, we can bring in all the shit. And actually, because now I'm fighting a mob that has some meat to it. Now I'm expecting it to take a while to kill him. Now we can bring in the gameplay. But for this shit, I just want to go. And, right? Like, it's... And then, like, am I supposed to do this? Just wait for them? It's like... I don't know. It just seems clunky and not very usable. That's my take on it.
Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you.
It doesn't lower the cooldown. And then you have this spear, which is pretty cool, but it takes 2.5 seconds. Because they wanna force me to use these combos on everything.
Now see, I used to frequent the clanless enclave that makes its home high in the trees near here. The locals call it Fraythorn. A little while back, they made up something's wrong. Though it is full of good luck, hero. For now, I'm gonna get
It's the whole like slow combo gameplay, just in my opinion, it does not work for mapping. It's great for the pinnacle bosses. It's absolutely amazing for the pinnacle bosses. I think it will be, at least. Like, actually, you're not just like, it's kind of like WoW, right? WoW has a lot of shit with the rotation, and then on top of it, you're fighting a boss. So you have to deal with your own class as well as what the boss throws at you, right? And I feel like that's what they're going for. And this could succeed with it. But it's just when I am expected to kill thousands of mobs per hour, it gets tedious. At a certain point, I just want to blast. And I guess maybe if I can weave in a little bit more melee attacks, but melee is just death zone. But again, weaving in melee shit, again, I want to do that in a boss scenario. Like here, I'm fighting this guy. I don't mind doing this shit. Well, that was a slam. Boy, fuck that. That was a slam. That missed. Oh, he's sending out shockwaves. Gotcha. Like it adds a bit of learning to the bosses as well. Like you need to learn their tells and stuff, right? Like so it's all good for this. Like it's great here. It gives me more things to do than just press a button. Oh crap, I fucked up. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oh crap. I really wish that your stagger bar would be here though, because like having to look down here, no, that's not good. That? Why did that not parry him? What happened? Like the slam obviously is a slam, but before that he did like a bitch slap and that hit me and I had parry hold. No overhead attacks or not, but it was that. It was like a bitch slap. Like slams or not. But he just randomly, he just did that. That should be very parryable. Some attacks are too strong to parry. Really? Oh, I fucking chickened out. Attack will really one-shot you are unparryable. Really? I thought they just build up too much I thought they'd heavy stun you then. But it just didn't do anything. Like, I didn't get stunned. I didn't get... Oh, maybe I did. And I just died before I noticed. That was a slam. I'm stupid. What? Why did that not... Again, he... Look, that... Whatever he does there with his left, that should definitely be parryable. He's not dead.
There's no beast alive can best me. I've enough in my pack already.
Like, for this whole thing, it makes sense, right? Like, I didn't use it here because I suck, but Spearfield? I don't like that one either. Well, I haven't tried it. It doesn't look cool.
Can't bet double as is.
We're going here. I just...
I don't know how to ask. It's in my... Stay safe if you can.
When you use it, spears keep sticking out of the ground. When enemies walk over, they consistently take damage while walking on. Yeah, I have seen it. Again, the problem with everything on this class is... Oh wow, I got a yellow buckler. The problem with everything in the spear tree is that it's like, it's so slow to me. Like, you stab a field down, right? Now you have a stationary amount, like a stationary damage field. So monsters have to come to you, or you have to run up to them and put it down, right? But then all of those spears, like all of this is great for bossing. Like stabbing that, because the boss is in an arena, right? So stabbing down those spears, we're in a finite space or whatever. We're in an enclosed space. We're fighting in an arena. It makes sense, right? Having area of effects, that persistent ground effects, makes sense. Having all of this comboing back and forward on a boss makes sense because it takes longer, right? The boss fight is longer. But on mobs, on regular gray mobs, I just want to hit them once and move past. I don't want to stop for them. I want to run and they die as I'm running, right? Like, keep going, right? With the monk last season, I was doing, well, what's it called? Glacial Strike or whatever. just whirling my staff around whenever I get close, and it had a little gap closer, so whenever I came up to one, it would go boom, and then heralds would explode the screen, and I run. And the only thing I'd have to stop for were powerful rares. Well, not really, because it was kind of busted, but then bosses. And bosses I just annihilated, so that was a problem, right? But if they just make it so that I can just annihilate gray mobs, maybe slow down for blue mobs, and stop for rare mobs, I'd be fine. But the problem is, everything here relies on me. Oh, you do this combo, right? You gap close, and you stab them, and they take a little bit of bleed, and then you parry them, you hop back, and now you have a frenzy charge. Bam! And then... it takes too long. That's the point. Every build is just herald explosion. Yeah, but that's because that was busted, right? Like, but I do still... we can argue that that was too quick, and I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm okay with if that is a little bit too quick or a bit too stupid, right? But it's more to the pace that I would like than all of this shit. If I have to allocate, if I have to have like 3 or 4 or 5 freaking combo buttons, and I have to go through them to clear a gray mob, no. That's the way I see it. I think we just got fed from last league. Got used to the pace. Well, I mean, even so, the pace from last league is how you'd want an ARPG, kinda. Like, if they honestly keep if they keep the damage from last league and the AoE clear from last league, then just quadruple the boss HP, and all's good in the hood, right? Like, if I see a gray mob, I want to just chuck this at it and keep running. And I don't want it to take fucking 3 seconds for me to throw a spear. And I don't want to stand around waiting for a mob to do something so I can parry it. Right? Like, there's just something that fundamentally doesn't really work with this. Like, look, what is the first button you get is this, right? That's the first button you get. This is supposed to be your AoE sort of clear, right? It doesn't do persistent damage here. So right now it does no damage. It does little to no damage when I apply it. And it does a moderate explosion when I walk out of it. So like... I'm pressing the wrong button now. So... And then we wait for a parry. If that's what I have to do to kill a gray mob or a pack of gray monsters, look here. And it's not even dead. It's half HP. Like... and I pressed the button 4 times. I pressed 4 buttons to do that. Again, I'm all good. And I want the pace to be slowed down on bosses. I don't want to be fighting trash monsters this long. Even if I one-shot them now, it's too long. You hate it too, but it does a lot more things than putting you on. Yeah, for sure. I think the game is going to be the best ARPG out there. Like, it's just, even if I one-shot these, this is too long. It takes too long to fire the spear. Like, I don't know, man. It's just... I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know what kind of crack they were smoking when they made this. And didn't think, oh, wait, they're going to have to clear millions of monsters. And now we're making them require 3 button presses if they want to play anything other than, I guess, Rake with the Stomp strength stacking. Oh, we actually missed a boss before. Oh, wait, there's an optional boss in this one we haven't cleared. The Triadic Ritual we didn't find. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. But there's a difference. There's a difference between, like, things being in beta because it's broken and like... And then also, what's it called? Their vision, right? Why is he so aggressive? Look, now this thing got knocked back, so I couldn't fucking benefit off the parry.
So, wow, I was right to be worried. There's still something, please.
Didn't I do this already? Okay, so there's 3 altars here and a rare I haven't found. Gotcha. But is there not 3 altars? Maybe there's only the one. No, I didn't play. I didn't see PoE 1 beta. No. Like, I'm completely fine with us being beta testers and all that. I expect bugs. I expect things to not be tuned well. I expect a lot of shit. But this is how they envision the game to be played. And that's a problem. Like, they want me to do this. They want me to do, like, start out with these couple attacks. Like, this is their... If I think this is how they envision you play this. Start in with this. Do the slashes. Get a parry. Jump out. Chop down a spear from out here. That's what they want. And then they want you to find a way to get back in, right? Like... Which I just didn't. I just suck, but... And that is just way too slow. Now, if we're fighting one big enemy, it's fine. I'm all for that. PoE 1 beta had only basic attacks and ended after dominance. That sounds so shit. So the PoE community assists. Yeah, I'm just... And GGG might be... They might be a better company, right? I'm just a little bit traumatized from WoW. Whenever it's like whenever the developers have a vision that is just fundamentally not gonna work, because then you have them sticking to this, for fuck's sake. You have them sticking to this vision then for like a year until they finally cave. And I can tell that Jonathan is very passionate about this, like, what's it called, more engaged combat. I just think it's a little bit misplaced. Like, they want me to do this. Jump around like that for a freaking gray pack? No, thank you. And I didn't even wait for the parry here. You see, you understand. Okay, it sucks. Yeah, I mean, if they don't change it, then I'll just not play spears at all ever, right? Like, I'm already thinking about swapping to a bow build, or just straight up swapping to the Herald of Kitava. Maybe Chris saw what happened. I don't know if he just... I mean, he made enough money, right? Like, I have heard, like... I think there's a bunch of crackpot theories, right? And maybe his vision was different than others. Whatever, like... I don't know. It's... He started his own software company now? Oh, really? I mean, I don't know, maybe he's just not into it anymore, I guess. Like, the unique item design also left. Yeah, I did see that. That is no bueno. But I mean, it's two people, and yeah, they are prominent, right? But at a certain, you could also, like, how long have they worked on PoE 1, right? Like, at a certain point, it could also be, oh, Hinder, that's gonna be great with all this comboing. So Hinder Aura just makes this play completely wrong, huh? Get me away from that. Not that it feels much difference. That was a challenge, but not for the right reasons. It was a challenge to sit through is what it was. It's a stomp something, right? Stomping ground. But I don't have any strength, so it doesn't do shit. But I'm not super into how fiddly it's gonna be to use, but I mean, I could also imagine the unique designer guy, like, if what he does is design uniques, right? Okay, I am not allowed to go, I guess. If what he does is design unique, and that's what gets his blood boiling or blood pumping or whatever, right? Like, for PoE 2, it's gonna be a lot of the same uniques, right? Like, maybe that was just like, yeah, I need new I need new challenges rather than remaking all the same uniques, right?
I can't believe, please.
Like, that would make sense to me. Because it is a lot of just putting a slightly different spin to uniques that was already in PoE 1, right? So for the next, what, year, 2 years, however long, he's not really gonna get to do new ideas, right? Oops. I mean, this game has potential to be the best ARPG ever released. They just need to They need to just make PoE 1, but with these small improvements and the graphics update, and you have just giga game, right? Like, yeah, PoE 1 pacing might be stupid, so you bring it down a little bit, right? And you could do that by making it so that most damage skills aren't really going to be a viable... Sorry, most movement skills aren't going to be viable damage, right? Like... But I don't think you're going to have much success if you want it to be this slow. Like, this spear throw here... How much attack speed do I need before this becomes bearable as a clear tool? Like, unironically, how much attack speed am I gonna need? 20% more is doing basically fuck all. Do I have attack speed on my thing? No, I had crit chance. I knew I had one of the good ones. Like, look at this. And God forbid what just happens, right? Where you get freaking interrupted. And now we wait for him to do something that I can parry, and then we can get our frenzy charge. No. And yeah, there are other ways of getting frenzy charges that will be better. But they just nerfed it, right? Like, they just nerfed combat frenzy. It was every what? It was every like less than 2 seconds, and now it's every more than 5 seconds, right? They absolutely gutted it.
Pack's full.
I don't know. This makes me scared. That's what it does. Like, you need to be able to just one tap gray mobs while you're running past them, and then two star mobs, or sorry, 2-star mobs. I've been playing too much Valheim. Magic monsters, you want to just slow down a little bit, but and you can have all this combo stuff for bosses, and then rares is somewhere in between. You tried Spearful on Crowell now. You can put down 3 Spearful. He walked in and got in and over. Yeah, I mean, if it continues scaling. I am gonna hold on to this bow. Probably not gonna be great, but I am very much thinking about swapping.
Bye.
Take a look. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Straight through the art. Take this. These half-wits seek to summon something better left well alone.
I guess I am lacking a ritual ultra still. Okay, that one we can't. Okay. Why is it glowing then if I can't interact with it? I guess I should take some strength, but it's just... I'm not planning on using it. But maybe I'll get annoyed enough that I have to?
Lightning strikes twice.
So... I click a mob and it will hone it. But if I click a direction, it won't. And I can't... If I hold it, I can keep? Oh, that's weird. So if I hold it, I can keep aiming. But if I don't, I can't. Okay. Gotcha. Oh shit, I was actually assuming...
Watch your step.
What is this? Keep moving, always done. Oh, right. So I actually have to listen to him. Okay. He's hard to deal with, huh? I'm trying to... Wait, what's the dark effigy again? Oh, that was a parry.
Your blood runs cold.
I was hoping I could freeze him. Man does not get frozen. I almost got him, though. Freeze, bitch! So right now, if they don't really do anything,
Tells me we've
that makes sense for me to parry. It's like, yeah, Bloodhunt. Yeah, I did see it. You do need to do bleeding damage, right? Because they explode for the bleeding damage. So if you don't do any bleeding damage, it won't do the shit, right?
Thank you. Later.
What's the buff here? Anyways, bloodlust kill. Yeah, so I guess it does a base physical damage, so the explosion will do something, I guess. Then 15% of enemies blood loss. I guess if I'm just gonna break around, then it makes sense to have it. That wasn't really what I was planning to do, though, but I guess if that's what it's come to.
How can I?
A new day dawns.
Let's try it. I'm not super worried about gems. They're so easy to get. Okay, now I'm a bleed boy, I guess.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
Not now.
Anything take you? Till next time.
Have we killed everything so far? That look cool. It's time to find the loot. You're always a meta bitch because, well, it's meta for a reason. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Oh, I don't like this. The one thing I do like is that I kind of have an engage. Spear field with rage support. That makes sense. I think a lot of people are quick to say meta is a bad thing, but like meta is literally just whatever is the best, right? Like there will always be a meta. It's not like it's one of those things where if people let meta ruin their playthrough, it's their own fault because you could just not play it. Yeah, this is way more damage. It's likely gonna fall off, right? But it also very fiddly and, I'm gonna be honest, not super cool. it's a bit like, oh, I need to, and then when it screws up, I targeted the far one so many times and it just didn't go. What does this do exactly? Trigger shock. Okay. Wait, so wait, how would that work? Okay.
I need a moment to prepare.
Oh, so it does it where you land.
Lightning strikes twice.
Why can't it be used with the... Why can't it be used with the spear? Does it have to be a movement, or where's the tags? Attack, AoE, trigger, physical. Does it have to have the AoE tab? Like,
Una will thank me for this, no doubt.
yeah, I don't really care what gets me to the end game, if I'm being honest. I just want to get there, but... It needs travel tag?
Bleed out.
Oh, really? Where does it say? Is it just me, or is that... Or is that freaking description lacking? Or did I read the wrong place? Second word in description. I read the wrong place. Oh, it's because... Right. It's because I'm not reading the yellow stuff, because I think the yellow stuff is flavor text. I read the blue shit. I do it all the time. Dude, this to me looks like flavor text. So I don't read it. This to me looks like this is what it does. This is what I need to read. That's so stupid. Yeah, it's just because I'm reading the wrong place. Gotcha. Yeah. Break for Storm feels a lot better. It does the job. It feels a little bit... I think I prefer what's it called, shield charge, but because it's like, it's not super... It feels inconsistent in its targeting. I don't know how to explain it. Didn't I get the loot? Once you stack more attack speed. Oh, it scales with attack speed? I guess we'll give it martial tempo then. Am I gonna move faster then? Maybe.
Nary an inch spared the flames. These poor folk are doing the same.
Oh, I have bloodlust now. Well, if this is what I'm going to be playing, then everything I've been allocating on the talent tree has been wrong. I never really felt like Tempest Flurry jumped around that much, like in a way that I didn't control. But like, this one feels a little awkward. But I mean, it does the job. You realize something regarding parry? A shield wiggle? What, you're gonna do that in PoE now as well, or? I think we'll take this. But maybe not. Nah, we'll keep going for the... We'll do the Frenchy shit. Is it showing me the blood loss on me because I have Herald? Is that gonna... So what this or do you... Okay. But you could do that with the shield as well, couldn't you? So that's been in the game forever. He didn't get hit? Boom. Ray shield is slower, is it?
No escape. Not this time.
Great Wolf, take you bastard! You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn.
Oh wow.
Free to try.
Oh, that's a slam. Okay. That was not a slam?
Get down here! Guillotine. Drops. Face your death.
Oh.
It's you who should have hanged, but this were just as good.
Okay, well, there we go. This feels super cheesy, not gonna lie. Pull the lever, bitch. Ugh. Hello, Lettice.
He killed Eamon. Just...
Am I actually gonna take fucking... Well, I did start the stream by looking at ascendancies. And I have eaten, so I guess 3.5 hours. Yeah.
For what it's worth, it isn't worth much. There is only enter.
You found mine, I think. Stay safe, if you can.
You found my tool.
Yay!
To the cairns.
Salvage bench.
You must go.
Okay. If I'm gonna do this stuff, we need to change some shit around. Attack speed is nice. Attack damage is okay. Attack speed is good. This is useless. We can keep those for now. So we take these 2 points out. Should we just go movement speed? So you're using spear field for the bosses and you're just raking around. So deals 100 to 150% of your strength as physical damage. So I guess this will not... Is there a way close here for me to scale physical damage? No, I guess no. So up here. Critical damage bonus, knockback distance, physical damage. So this would scale it. Okay. Oh, there's strength here. Yeah. Well, let's just keep going. For as long as it's stupid, we'll continue.
How can I be of...
Oh, I rethink my approach.
Give me these. Oh, we have the salvage bench now.
How can I advise
I am very much thinking about doing a bow instead of this shit. Oh, now we need the fucking dex, bro. God damn it.
quickly?
Time to change
Did I
the
have
ways.
dex here or? Oh, none of these gives dex. Stormlands, Rapid Assault, and Barrage. What does Barrage do?
Empowers your next attack.
Wait, now we're
to
looking at
fire
bows.
multiple times.
Okay, wait.
Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges, this skill will consume them for additional repeats. Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have
Okay.
Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead stuck in the enemy.
I'm not doing that.
Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can also consume a frenzy charge to overcharge and create a patch of shocked ground. Stormlance
That seems so cool, though.
Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can also consume a frenzy charge to overcharge and create a patch of shocked ground. Spearfield rends the ground.
%55% of base. So it hits. It's a little quicker than. It's a little quicker than Lightning Spear, but not by much. Guess we'll try it. Guess we'll try it. Rage support was a good shout, actually. If I am gonna go this way, should we do some bleed bullshit then? Yeah. Let's try that, I guess. Greater. Oh, that had quality on it.
Best think twice before doing that here.
Okay. Right. Yano should feel great with Spearfields since she's constantly moving around. Hopefully.
There's a time and a place for violence.
So how much damage does this actually do? If I can just find like a little piss monster and use it on. Oh, we went the wrong way, obviously. But let's see if there's a rule for which way you're supposed to go. Because the checkpoint completely baited me. I came from here, right? Or maybe I don't know.
Nowhere it says. The thrill of the oath.
Okay, run through that.
That was almost a challenge.
Did fuck all damage. But he had energy shields, so it's hard to know how much HP he actually had. Why? Go! Forward! Huh. No!
Step by step, I walk the
Why
road to
is my
redemption.
freaking bar this big?
Bleed out.
Yeah, the bosses are definitely the best. They're also the biggest, right? So it makes sense. It's a graphical bug. It's because I have the blood thing on and I'm taking bleeding damage from things. Okay, can't go past that apparently. They seem to be done with getting one shot. Something happened to this?
That was almost a challenge.
Yeah, this is the... So, I mean, this is super... I feel like this is super cheesy. And obviously it works. But for like smaller range mobs, it's already starting to fall off, kinda. It makes sense, right? Because it scales off percent of your strength. And that's where you get your main like flat damage from, I guess. And that seems to fall off pretty quickly. And I don't have strength on any items, so maybe. But I do have 52 strength, right? Like, maybe I should use like a physical damage amp rather than the martial tempo. I think we'll try to take off the martial tempo and put this in. And then I don't think we're gonna do this. I think we're gonna do martial tempo. And then I don't know, lacerate can be wherever. We'll just put it on disengage for now. Doesn't matter. I'm not scaling bleed yet, so.
Soften the wound.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I wonder if this is actually a viable strategy, just rake through everything, like at the end game, that is. Or if it's just leveling cheese. Did I do everything here? Yeah.
Now to do with a tyrant.
Where's my duck?
Stick his head
There
on
he
the
is.
pike. Take this.
Holy shit. My HP. Later on, you play this combo. Break and then Blood Hunt. Okay. So both Bloodhound and Hero Blood explodes.
Fingers crossed, luck's on my side.
Can I have my stagger bar up here, bro? Instead of just double the fucking bloodlust thing. Have you looked into... I mean, you say you usually end up being a meta slave, so I'm assuming that you've looked at guides and stuff. Have people come up with something absolutely busted for that Lich thing? Your HP doesn't move when you have fucking Endy Shield? Is it Corrupted Blood it's called in PoE 1, where 50% of damage taken goes past Endy Shield?
There's the tyrant. In all
Lich
his
minions or
rotten
Lich
glory.
Essence Drain Contagion? Oh, rip.
The ult is on. Soften the wound.
It seems like you can make anything work if you can get... Is there Energy Shield Leech in the game? Not yet? Okay. Was that to corrupt the blood or to Energy Shield Leech?
That was almost a challenge.
If you take that Lich Ascendancy node with Corrupted Blood, then you just have 60% DR perma. It's like, if you have Energy Shield, that is. It's like, bro. You can do some stupid shit with that. Assuming it's in the game, that is. If it works the way I understand it works, that is.
Lead out.
So now that Grim Feast is gone, then you don't have great ways of sustaining Energy Shield, I guess? I feel like one of the things they wanted to achieve with PoE 2 is they wanted to not have all that sustain, right? And now I'm just spamming my potion. Okay, so where is that candle mass? On this looks right, Rhea. I want to find Mjolnir. I really fucking hope it's strong in this version of the game. Let me be Thor. The only thing that worries me about it is that the mace skills all seem very weird and bad, and a lot of them is like, yeah, you have low attack speed. It's like, bro. And they if they convert to an element, it's the fire. And I haven't seen many sources of convert in PoE 2.
I've heard enough of the beast.
Dude, where's Candlemas?
It's a fool's game.
Even after 6 hours on the rack, the provost refuses to give me the names of the men who escaped from their own failed coup attempt. Does he not realize the machination of shape changers are at work here? I do not doubt Connell's loyalty, only his intellect. What? The shape changers are obvious in their tactics. They are untrained in the art of deception. They fidget, they sweat, they're constantly afraid of being singled out or questioned. That's how you identify them? What the fuck? That is wild. Gotta find Candlemas. I don't remember what I get for it, but I guess it was on the previous floor. Oh, should I go to this checkpoint here? Will I be able to travel only to this one, or can I travel to some of the others? The ones on the previous floors? Is he here? No. Could he be here? He's there. Let's go. Okay. Good guess, Fence.
First ones, hear
That's
our
no
laments.
statue.
Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the
From the
corners,
earth.
watching and waiting. What sickness has battles our minds. It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Jeez. Holy shit, 3 in a row.
It's dead now.
Oh yeah, life. Let's go. Necessary. Big need. Shouldn't Candlemass give fire assist though? Like, just if we are just being a little bit
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Go on then. Come and get it.
First one's I. You pay with your life.
Oh! I don't think I've ever gotten hit by that. What the fuck? That's so much damage. Jesus.
First one's I. Open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I
It doesn't seem to do any damage.
you are too weak to do the job.
Yeah, 6 damage, bro. It did fuck all.
How dare you attack after all I've given you?
Oh, maybe he's... Oh, right. He's obviously immune, right?
Solstice of pain.
Oh, fuck me.
As night falls, winter's chill,
What was that?
the unworthy, through an endless night, they wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts.
They changed this, didn't they?
Of Bael's misery, the pack won't forget.
Okay, that doesn't work. Gotcha. I feel like they made this fight easier, didn't they? And I sucked, but...
I smell your blood, and I am ravenous, chilling frost. I smell your blood. grows colder. Agnar the Rude. Agnar the Impaler. As swift as death. And you'll be ruled by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled. Agnar shall slay again. I will take out your heart and savor it.
No, no, no!
Requiem on high. Desolation. I smell your blood.
Nowhere, Seth.
I am ravenous.
For crying out loud.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Freezing gale.
Ooh. No!
Your pulse quickens.
No! He bled me, the bitch! He did to me what I was trying to do to him!
Our Ezemir.
Fuck. 1 HP. He's kind of awkward with this, He's kind of awkward with this setup. Like, I feel like he's very stationary. I feel like I'd be better off chucking spears at him at a lot of the times.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Go on then. Come and get it.
First one's higher. You'll pay with your life. First one's higher. You will falter. Run, little rabbit. First one's. That will not go unpunished. No!
Are you not done with this shit?
Freezing gale. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. You are hunted. Fang, tooth, and claw. Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured. And howled now in tune. No tales were told. None new, none old. And their endless hunger grew ever stronger. Solstice of pain. I will take out your heart and save its bite. Freezing gale. Requiem on high.
What?
Freezing gale. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. As night falls, endless night. They wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of bay-risen misery. The pack won't forget. Desolation. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Requiem on high. I will take out your heart. And savor each bite.
Oh, there's a little dash to it.
Desolation. Requiem on high. I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Soften the wound.
The air grows colder. And now renewed.
Oh, I fucked up.
And now the impaler. As swift as death. And imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted.
That was too early.
Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled. Agna shall slay again. Solstice of pain. Freezing gale. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous.
Oh crap, okay. Ooh.
Desolation. Take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. Your pulse quickens.
Oh, really?
The eternal impure. With bloodlust and power.
Oh, he does that shit?
Our Ezemir endured. But soon all were devoured. In unending war. Death waited at the door.
No.
Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour. I smell your blood,
No.
and I am ravenous.
Oh, so he does that shit per an hour. I don't think I've ever had the last phase. I think I've just killed him. Dude.
Allow me to clear your mind.
Surprises.
For a moment. The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes.
Ja, Ribberoni, yeah, ripped you, no?
Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make
Pack's
our
full.
preparations.
23% chance to maim on hit? Oh shit. Okay. Do the spears start getting shit or what's happening here? Wait, you got banned on your favorite stream? Wait, I didn't ban you.
Count, Gian, we can finally.
What did you do?
You've done well. The dark good luck.
Too much?
We must pursue all the fledgling beast is leaving corruption.
I appreciate it.
How can I be of aid? Quickly.
What did you do? Like, did you write something heinous or like? Una. He played the remastered Last of Us. Ooh. So he played remastered Last of Us. He was bashing Joel like he deserved it. You said he didn't deserve it and asked the guy if he has kids. That ticked him off. Oh, really? Huh. That sounds weird. I like Joel. I haven't played the remastered. I haven't actually finished The Last of Us, have I? I've gotten pretty far, but I haven't finished it. Childless old man said humanity is more important than children. See, it's one of those things where it kind of, I mean, there's plenty of ways to look at that, right? Because you could say, okay, so Ellie is a child, sure, and if he sacrifices Ellie, she dies and you kill a child, right? But you also save a bunch of children, right? Like, but it's children that he doesn't know. Now, obviously, armchair, you can sit here and be like, yeah, Joel did the wrong thing, right? And there'd be a lot to it. But I just don't think that I'd be able to make the choice and any other choice than he did. No, I have not. But I don't see myself in any way, shape, or form being able to like let them do it either, right? Is that him? If you haven't, you are you to judge? Well, that's kind of the same thing as saying if you're not a woman, you can't have an opinion on abortion, right? I mean, what should we do here? I mean, I just don't think. I think that you are. I think no matter what, if it's something that can be reasoned, right? Like if you can, human beings are like, you have logic, you have reason, right? Like you have empathy, you can kind of, what's it called? Not kind of, you can put yourself in other people's shoes, right? Like that's a thing. But I just don't see how. I don't see how you make any other choice than what Joel did. That's my. I for sure as fuck couldn't. Should I worry about armor breaking? Putting community humanity in first place before your own children is communism? Nah, I mean that's just values, right? Like communism is a is more of an economic system than anything else. Supporter skills have a 50% chance. Oh, we do that. Where are we? Disengage. Pure fusion. There we go. Children are always in the first place. Well, sure, right? But that's a fair argument. But at the same time, that doesn't say that like a specific child is first, right? Like there are plenty of things where you make a decision for the betterment or for the better of children in general, and there are some children that are suffering from it, right? Like you can't win them all, right? So you could argue, right, that it's better for the children to sacrifice this child, because what about the children that has to grow up and get eaten by fungal monsters or fungal zombies or be afraid of it, right? Like if you can make everybody immune to it, then that benefits the children. So if you put children first, you could argue that you should sacrifice one child as well, right? Like it's just a matter of perspective and turning it to your viewpoint, right? Like
Greetings.
no, I couldn't. I would have done what Joel did. I'm not saying I'm on your side on that one. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily agree that that is the one and only choice, right? Like there's many of ways to look at it. And I mean, if he's on the side of, if he thinks that he could sacrifice his own children, right, for the good of humanity, then I mean, all the power to him. Good thing he didn't become a parent. Right? Like, I don't know.
Greetings. The trail of corruption leads east, so east we shall go. It seems fate conspires to return me to the plains of Vast.
He said community first and Joel got what he deserved.
With the beast.
Okay. That is.
Every attempt to control it.
I mean, yeah, that is.
You must pursue her to the
but then
plains
again,
of
you gotta. Like
we should find a Marikath caravan.
It kind of depends on who you it kind of depends on who you side with, right? Who you emphasize with, right? If he thinks that he would sacrifice his own kids in order to make a vaccine, I think good riddance, good thing you didn't become a parent, right? If he thinks that, I mean, if you are a parent, right, like you have your kids and you're in this apocalypse, right, and then Joel does what he does, like there is a part of you that the selfish part of you, you could be like, why? There was a cure. You could have saved it all. Like, okay, sure, one kid will perish, and that's sad. But I mean, you do it for the better of humanity, right? Because they're thinking of their children, right? Like, there's many ways to look at it. I think any reasonable parent, and
So this is the Visteri. I've never felt further from home.
You are seeking passage on our hyenical.
because I was about to say any reasonable parent would not be able to sacrifice their child, but at the same time, the world they live in is kind of fucking disgusting. And at the same time, do you... I was thinking, like, one, do you almost want to spare them living in fear? But then there's no way, right? And then I was thinking, what if you have multiple kids? But there's no way you can give up one, right? Better sacrifice one life and see if it works than just bailing out. I mean, see... If you look at just the greater good, right? If you're Tao, then yeah, obviously, it's way better to just fuck Ellie, right? Like, and I think honestly, looking at what I mean, honestly, looking at what they did with The Last of Us Remastered, Joel absolutely did the wrong thing, because if he had just let them kill Ellie, there wouldn't be a second one, right? Maybe that was hard, but with perpetual charge and what is perfusion or whatever, it feels way better to do this shit. But it does no damage. It feels like it's falling off. But maybe it's just my weapon. And the fact that I don't have strength on my gear. Or maybe I just got unlucky with the mobs. Yeah, Conjo, I think we're reaching it. Nina and I talked about me ending here in like 15-ish. Well, no, actually in 5. I don't really have to. It's like somewhere between now and 20 minutes from now I have to end. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna play this act until we're gonna finish this act, man. I just took 4 hours doing act 1. Let me finish act 2. We're gonna go until we get on board the caravan, and then I'll call it. Dude, this feels cheesy. What's in here? We found the devastated camp. Okay. Did I actually find everything in Act 1? I did, didn't I? What do I have to find here? Just the boss? Dude, I know the buckler is actually sort of accurate, that they were small ones, but it looks so stupid that you're carrying around a shield of that size. It's just like, bro. I mean, obviously it's not a shield, it's a buckler, right? It's not the same. Like, this is more of a, if you can't carry a big shield around, you use a buckler, right? Like, because it's smaller, it's easier to carry around. You can have it on you can have it like fucking, what's it called, strapped to your waist and whatever. You don't have to carry a big tower shield around, obviously, but most OP shield in Souls games. Yeah, and in Valheim as well, and in... It's like the parry mechanic is usually super powerful. And it has to be, because it's a skill thing, right? Like,
That's him up there.
if you want to do so, put something that requires skill, then it needs to be rewarding. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Nowhere safe. Need a moment.
That's not a bad time to level up.
Hold on.
No! Nope. He's down. He's dead. The bloodlust thing confuses me, because it looks like they still have HP there.
Dead. All of them.
There we go. Easy clap. Oh, ow. Fuck my arms, man. Oh, that was unpleasant. Oh, oh, fat man goes to gym and pays the price.
You defeated the raiders? Fate sends us a fortuitous stranger. Welcome to the Adura Agara. You may travel with us in a...
Thank you. Kind of want to fuck with Stormlands, see if it's good. Barrage seems like a cool thing. Like, this is good, right? Like, this is kind of ability, these kind of combos I don't mind. You use the thing, you get the stuff, you fire off the shit. It's good. That's good. And this one I wouldn't mind using frenzy charges on either. It is a little bit like you have barrage, and then on top of it you have all of the other things also consuming. So you can't really barrage your spears, right? Let's take barrage. It's cool. I don't know. We're full up now. Whirling slash, disengage, explosive shot, lightning spear. Twister goes. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so barrage. So I can have 2 of these. If I then do this. Let's see. I want to see if it goes away, and I think it does.
Wait.
Wait. Wait. What if I didn't have... What if I didn't have overabundance then? That is so bad. Why would Barrage not override that? What? Are you kidding me? So Barrage doesn't overwrite explosive spears? Wow. Okay. I'm glad I checked that out. That is kind of disappointing. Well, not kind of disappointing. That's extremely disappointing. Okay. Well, this is going to be it. The start of the Dawn of the Hunt season. I think I think if we are going to play around with the what's it called, the Amazon, I think we are going to be swapping to some bow stuff, just standard projectile stuff with the accuracy stacking and all of that. I am not really digging the spears, but we will keep leveling. We will keep trying. We'll see if I change my mind. Maybe there's something in the later game or in the later skills that are cool. So we will take a look, but for now it's looking like we're gonna swap into a bow build. I'm not sold on the defenses either, but I mean, we're squishy. Everything's squishy when I have the gear I have, so that might be fine. But yeah, I will be back Monday, regular time, 10 to 16, for some more PoE 2. Whether we're playing the Amazon or if I've changed my mind and playing something else, 99% we're playing the Amazon, but I will probably try and level something else side by side, so that if and when I get tired of it, we have something to swap to. But yeah, hope you enjoyed this extra stream. Hope I'll see you Monday. Have a good weekend, guys. Bye bye.